Chapter 40. Ba Ziliang was killed, and Ba Wuli instantly lost his reason and attacked Niatiin. Ba Wuli was at the 9th level of essence spirit. In the instant he attacked, the phantom of a single horned ram appeared behind him, and a terrifying force attacked Niatiin like a tornado. Niatiin suddenly turned around and looked at the ferocious Ba Wuli. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, not moving at all. Bam! Bam! 2 muffled sounds rang out at the same time. Ba Wuli's figure flew out in the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. As it turned out, at the same time, Ba Wuli stood up, Mo Tai, and Nia Wenyuan attacked. The two had long expected that Ba Wuli would attack Niatiin, and had been on guard. Ba Wuli was only at the 9th level of essence spirit. Under the combined attack of 2 Wanxiang martial artists, he had no way to retaliate. Mo Tai glared at Ba Wuli, his eyes shooting out a cold light. He said in a low voice, Ba Wuli, how dare you? You dare to openly violate the rules of the martial meet. Do you think I am just a decoration? Everyone's gazes turned over, and they stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Most people did not expect Ba Wuli to suddenly attack Niatiin, and even more did not expect Mo Tai and Nia Wenyuan to counterattack so forcefully. As the city lord, Mo Tai had always given people the impression that he was magnanimous and amiable. Thus, he had an extremely good reputation in Moyang City. However, if someone crossed his bottom line, he would definitely not let them off easily. At this moment, Mo Tai's bottom line was that no one was allowed to hurt Niatiin. Old dog Ba, your son is shameless. You are even more shameless than your son. Niatiin and Ba Ziliang had a fair fight. Ba Ziliang had armor and an explosive yuan pill, so there's no need to talk about it. To think that you want to kill someone in public. How shameless. Nia Wenyuan roared. No matter what happened, he would fight to the death to protect Niatiin. However, Mo Tai and Nia Wenyuan both knew what they were doing and did not kill Ba Ziliang. If they killed Ba Ziliang now, it would provoke the Bloodbat sect to make a move first. That would not be worth it. Ba Wuli crawled to his feet. His face was covered in mud, and he was in a sorry state, but he was not seriously injured. Ba Wuli, do you have anything to say? Mo Tai didn't dare to kill Ba Wuli, but he still needed to threaten him. Ba Wuli's chest heaved up and down violently. It was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. His most beloved son was dead, and the murderer was right in front of him, but he could not take revenge. This kind of heartache, this kind of helplessness was not something that others could understand. In that instant, Ba Wuli really wanted to charge forward and fight to the death with Mo Tai. However, he held back. He only had the strength of the 9th level of the origin spirit realm, while Mo Tai was a bona fide, all-creation phenomenon martial artist. The difference of a single realm was like the difference between a flood dragon and an earth snake. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even 10 Ba Wulis wouldn't be a match for Mo Tai. Moreover, Nia Wenyuan was also present. Even if all the Ba family's martial artists attacked together, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ba Wuli's face was so dark that blood was about to drip out. After trembling for a long time, Ba Wuli finally said word by word, This Ba is heartbroken over the death of my son, and in a moment of desperation, I hope that the city lord can be magnanimous and forgive this Ba this time. As he spoke, he actually bowed deeply, his attitude respectful. To be able to do such a thing under such circumstances, Ba Wuli's shrewdness could be seen clearly. Although he was apologizing verbally, Ba Wuli was already roaring crazily in his heart. Niatiin, Mo Tai, Nia Wenyuan, after tonight, I want all of you to kneel at my feet. I want all of you to suffer a fate worse than death. I want all of you to accompany my son in death. Mo Tai looked at Ba Wuli, frowning slightly. His brain was spinning rapidly, weighing the pros and cons judging from Ba Wuli's behavior today. It was clear that he had ulterior motives. Right now, as long as Mo Tai hardened his heart, he could directly take Ba Wuli's dog life. However, Mo Tai felt that now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. The people from the Bloodbat sect must be observing in the dark. If he killed Ba Wuli now, it might really force the people from the Bloodbat sect into a corner. After sufficient consideration, Mo Tai smiled faintly and said, "Clan head Ba, on account that you are heartbroken over the death of your son, and that this is your first offense, I will let it go this time." Ba Wooly stood on the spot. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, City Lord, for your forgiveness. I am extremely grateful for the great kindness you have shown me today, and I will never forget it. In the future, I will definitely repay you generously." Ba Wooly's tone was so dark that it could almost kill. Of course, Mo Tai could hear the threat in his words, but he smiled faintly and said, "Clan head Ba is too polite. Farewell." Ba Wooly spat out these two words coldly, turned around, picked up Ba Zilliong's corpse, and left step by step. The Ba clan martial artists followed behind Ba Wooly and left together. Mo Tai looked at the figures of the Ba clan and sighed softly. Why did the Ba clan collude with the Bloodbat sect? Everyone stared blankly at the Ba clan leaving. No one could have imagined that this martial gathering would end up like this. Ba Zilliong was killed. The Ba clan left. Moyong City's martial gathering was officially over, and Yetian won first place. However, Yetian did not care about this first place. Killing Ba Zilliong was only to complete his agreement with Tang 13. "Yetian, you win." Mo Rushi was like a happy little bird, practically hopping to Yetian's side. She knew that Yetian would win, but she did not expect the match to be so exciting. Yetian was able to defeat Ba Zilliong without a scratch. This made Mo Rushi feel incredulous. It was only now that she realized the gap between her and Yetian's strength was huge. Yetian looked at Mo Rushi, once again stunned by the beauty of the young girl before him. He could not help but caress the latter's cheek and said, "Beauty Mo, look at me. How could I bear to lose?" Mo Rushi blushed, looking even more shy and adorable. Yetian did not waste any more time. After bidding farewell to Mo Tai, he left with the Nye clan. Moyong City's martial gathering was over, but the real battle had yet to begin. Mo Tai, on the other hand, made the few clan heads stay behind. The Bloodbat sect would make their move tonight. Even if Mo Tai had to use forceful methods, he had to make these clan heads stay behind to help. Ba Clan, Conference Hall. The Bloodbat sect's altar lord, Xiong Ba, sat on the main seat, his chest trembling, clearly enraged. "Lord Altar Lord, Zilliong is dead. Please avenge him." Ba Wooly knelt in front of Xiong Ba, tears streaming down his face. Pum! The teacup in Xiong Ba's hand was crushed into pieces. He stood up abruptly, his eyes were bloodshot. "Damn it! Ba Zilliong was a young genius that the Altar Lord, was actually killed. A mere local clan head. This is going against the heavens. If we don't avenge him, where will the prestige of our Bloodbat sect be? Lord Altar Lord, tonight we will kill our way into the mayor's mansion and take Mo Tai's life. Then we will kill our way into the Nye clan and slaughter the entire Nye clan." Ba Wuli's eyes were bloodshot. The hatred in his heart almost made him lose his mind. He hated Yetian too much. All three of his sons were destroyed by Yetian. His eldest son was crippled, his second son was dead, and his third son was a fool. Ba Wuli wished he could tear Yetian into 1,000 pieces, then grind his bones into ashes. "Lord Altar Lord, I think that there is something strange about that young man named Yetian. Should we investigate his background?" Deputy Altar Lord Lu Yisho was more cautious and calm. He asked carefully. Ba Wuli immediately stood up and said, "Altar Lord, I know Yetian's background very well. There is no need to investigate. He was born and raised in Moyong City. 3 years ago, the Altar Lord sent people to help the Ba clan kill a few members of the Nye clan. Among the dead members of the Nye clan, Yetian's father was among them. Furthermore, Yetian's Yuan meridians were also destroyed in that ambush. He was trash for 3 years. Half a month ago, he suddenly became very strong. I'm guessing that he must have had some fortuitous encounter, and he must have all kinds of powerful martial arts and martial skills. Otherwise, it's impossible for his strength to be so terrifying. I had a fortuitous encounter." Xiong Ba's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he suddenly laughed strangely, A trash with destroyed yuan meridians was actually able to rise so powerfully in half a month. This altar master wants to see what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. Seeing this, Ba Wuli hurriedly said, "Great altar lord, as long as you help me take revenge, I will be able to help you." All the wealth of the city lord's mansion and the Nie family belonged to the altar master. The martial arts and martial skills on Nie Tian's body also belonged to the altar master. This lowly one only wants to avenge my son. Ba Wuli had seen Nie Tian fight many times, and the martial skills the latter used did not belong to the Nie family. Without a doubt, Nie Tian must have mastered many powerful martial skills. But Ba Wuli could not understand how Nie Tian could master so many martial skills in such a short period of time. Moreover, the martial skills grades were obviously not low. Could it be that Nie Tian was a martial arts monster? Nie Tian, I don't care if you're a martial arts monster or not. You killed my son, so I will definitely kill you. Ba Wuli's face was sinister, and his heart was even more sinister. Great Altar Lord, this subordinate still feels that Nie Tian is too strange, and this subordinate feels that our whereabouts have been exposed. Therefore, it's better to be cautious about tonight's operation. Louis Shou was still worried and said worriedly. Xiong Ba waved his hand and said, "Brother Liu, there's no need to persuade me anymore. This altar master has already made up his mind. Tonight's operation will proceed as planned. Take down the Castellan's mansion and slaughter the entire Nie family." Xiong Ba was already fantasizing about the martial skills in Nie Tian's hands and did not listen to Louis Shou's words. Liu Yishou frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Great Altar Lord, this subordinate is willing to go to the Castellan's mansion to investigate. At this time, Tang 13, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up and said. Xiongba looked at Tang 13 and said, "That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble 13 to investigate. If there's any news, report back immediately." "Yes," Tang 13 responded, and in a flash, she turned into a shadow and disappeared. Xiongba looked at Tang 13's figure, and he already had a plan. Ba Ziliang was dead, so he could only recommend Tang 13 to enter the Bloodbat Gate's headquarters. Actually, Tang 13's talent and strength were above Ba Ziliang's, and she was more suitable to enter the Bloodbat Gate's headquarters. The reason why Xiongba chose Ba Ziliang to enter the Bloodbat Gate's headquarters was because he had designs on Tang 13. Xiongba knew that Tang 13 was born with other eyes, and he wanted to obtain Tang 13's other eyes. That's why he let Tang 13 stay by his side, and when the time was right, he would remove the other eyes. But now that Ba Ziliang was dead, and there were no other young geniuses in the division, he could only let Tang 13 replace Ba Ziliang. Recommending young geniuses to the headquarters on a regular basis was something that every Bloodbat Gate division had to do. If the person recommended was too weak, and there were suspicions that someone was trying to make up the numbers, then they would receive severe punishment from the headquarters. Xiongba did not dare to anger the headquarters, so he could only let Tang 13 enter the headquarters. But what Xiongba did not know was that entering the headquarters was exactly what Tang 13 wanted. Tang 13 left the Ba Mansion and walked on the streets of Moyang City. At this time, the sky was dark, as if a storm was about to arrive. Chapter 41. Tang 13's request to check on the mayor's residence was not because he wanted to help the Bloodbat sect. He just wanted to see Nie Tian and see how Nie Tian would deal with the Bloodbat sect. Tang 13 knew that Nie Tian was not the kind of person who would run away. He would definitely stay and fight the Bloodbat sect to the end. Tang 13 let Nie Tian kill Ba Ziliang because he wanted the chance to enter the headquarters of the Bloodbat sect. Tang 13 already knew that Tyrant Bear had designs on his ghost eye. That was why he did not let him enter the headquarters. But Tang 13 had his own plans. He wanted to join the Bloodbat sect to enter the headquarters. He wanted to find someone very important to him, and that person had already become an assassin of the Bloodbat sect. Tang Yu, no matter where you are, no matter what you look like, I will find you. The ghost eye flashed with sharpness. Tang 13 was determined. The sky was dark and the clouds were low. A storm was coming soon. Tang 13's figure was like a ghost as he snuck into the mayor's residence. In the meeting hall of the mayor's residence, Nie Tian and the people of the Nie family, as well as the essence spirit warriors of the other noble families of Moyang City, had arrived. Emotai sat on the main seat of the hall. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd. He spoke in a deep voice. The Bloodbat sect is coming with great momentum this time, and they even have the help of the Ba family. I hope that in this moment of life and death, everyone can put aside their differences and work together to protect the safety of Moyang City. Emotai had already explained the situation clearly. Everyone present understood the seriousness of the matter. My lord, the head of the Ma family, Ma Jingwu, looked hesitant. We have less than 20 essence spirit warriors. The Bloodbat sect has 30 to 40 essence spirit warriors. Plus, we have the help of the Ba family. To fight against the Bloodbat sect and the Ba family with just our strength, isn't it like striking a rock with an egg? Head Ma is right. Why don't we surrender? Maybe the Bloodbat sect will let us live. The head of the Yang family, Yang Wu Di, agreed. The two of them had long expressed their obedience to the Ba clan. In addition, the Ba clan had obtained the support of the Bloodbat sect, which made them want to defect to the enemy. If Emotai had not forced them to come, the two of them would not have appeared in the City Lord Mansion. Nonsense. When Emotai heard the two of them expressing their intention to surrender, he immediately flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly, and a fiery glow burst out from his body. Pooh! The fiery light flew out and hit Yang Wudi's head accurately. The latter didn't even have time to scream before his head was directly burnt, and he died on the spot. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Emotai in horror. No one expected that the usually easygoing Emotai would be so domineering at this moment. Yet Tian smiled faintly and thought to himself, a bunch of fools. Talking about surrendering to Emotai at this time. Aren't they just seeking death? Anyone in Moyang City could surrender, except for Emotai. He was the city lord, and he was very strong. If the Bloodbat sect wanted to control Moyang City, the first person they would kill would be him. You asking him to surrender is asking him to die. It would be weird if he wasn't angry. Tian could also see that Emotai had some tricks up his sleeve. If these people in front of him were not of one mind, they would definitely surrender without a fight against the people from the Bloodbat sect. If Emotai did not show his domineering side at this time, it was hard to guarantee that these people would turn against him when the people from the Bloodbat sect arrived. Anyone else who wants to surrender, Yang Wudi is an example. Emotai bellowed angrily, his stern gaze sweeping across the crowd. Tian signaled to Nie Wenyuan. The latter immediately understood and stood up. Nie family is willing to listen to the city lord's orders. We are willing to listen to the city lord's orders. Nie Wenyuan stood up to support Emotai. The others did not dare to have second thoughts and said in unison, very good. Emotai nodded his head and sat down in satisfaction. At the same time, his gaze turned to Nie Tian. Nie Tian stood up slowly, his expression turning solemn. He sized up everyone and knew their strength. Nie Tian said, we have a total of 18 essence spirit martial artists. I will divide you into 4 groups. The first group will be led by City Lord Mo and will guard the entrance of the inner courtyard. The second group will be led by Nie Wenyuan and will guard the third corridor. The third group will be led by Mo Liang and will guard the second corridor. The first group will be led by Nie Wendy. As Nie Tian spoke, he stared at everyone's reaction. Everyone was surprised that he stood up to arrange everything, but no one dared to oppose him, because even Emotai was under Nie Tian's orders. Nie Tian continued, everyone listen carefully. Your goal is to delay the people from the Bloodbat sect. Do not fight them head-on. It is best to retreat while fighting. Once the corridor cannot be guarded, quickly retreat to the entrance of the inner courtyard and meet up with City Lord Mo. The entrance of the inner courtyard is the last position. It is also the place where we will fight to the death with the people from the Bloodbat sect. Nie Tian had already analyzed the layout of the City Lord's mansion. There were 4 corridors to enter the inner courtyard. He had sent people to guard 3 corridors to disperse the strength of the Bloodbat sect. Once the people from the Bloodbat sect entered the City Lord's mansion, they would definitely attack the inner courtyard. In order to ensure that no one escaped, they would definitely split into 4 groups. If the people from the other 3 groups were delayed, then the 4th group that entered the inner courtyard would be a lone army that would be easily eliminated by Emotai and the others. In his previous life, Nietian was the #1 war god in the Heaven Realm and had fought in countless battles. He was very casual in commanding such a small-scale battle. All right, this is all I have to say. Seeing that no one objected, Nietian nodded and said to Emotai, City Lord Emo, let everyone in the City Lord's mansion enter the inner courtyard. All right. Emotai nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Nietian's arrangements. Nietian, what about me? Which group am I in? Emo Rushi suddenly walked into the hall. Rushi, the people from the Bloodbat sect are extremely cruel. You should hide in the inner courtyard with the people from the Emo clan. Emotai stared at Emo Rushi and said in a tone that left no room for negotiation. I won't. Emo Rushi's temper flared up as she said, I am also an essence spirit martial artist. My strength is stronger than many people. I must stay. Rushi, don't mess around. Emotai's face sank as he raised his voice. Father, I'm not messing around. I can really help. Emo Rushi was very persistent. Seeing that the father and daughter were about to quarrel, Nietian turned around and said, City Lord Emo, let Rushi follow me. I can protect her safety. Emotai looked at Nietian and hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, everyone, let's find our own positions. Remember what I said. Nietian smiled faintly at the crowd. Everyone stood up and walked out of the hall. Nie Wenyuan looked at Nietian and said, Patriarch, do you want me to follow by your side? Nietian smiled faintly and said confidently, Don't worry, Great Elder. They're just a few Bloodbat sect trash. This Patriarch doesn't care about them. All right, then I will go. Although Nie Wenyuan didn't know what the limits of Nietian's strength were, he chose to believe in Nietian. Everyone left the hall, leaving only Nietian and Emo Rushi. Tang 13, since you're already here, why don't you come out? Nietian said to Tang 13 after everyone left. Nietian, who are you talking to? Emo Rushi looked around and couldn't help but feel strange when she saw that there was no one around. Nietian, you really didn't disappoint me. Tang 13's figure appeared like a ghost and slowly walked into the hall. Tang 13 had snuck into the mayor's mansion for a long time. He saw everything that Nietian did just now. Tang 13 had learned a martial skill to hide his aura and hid it to the extreme. Even Emotai couldn't sense his presence. He was very surprised that Nietian was able to detect his presence. Who are you? Emo Rushi was startled by Tang 13's sudden appearance and subconsciously moved closer to Nietian. Tang 13, Nietian's friend. Tang 13 looked at Emo Rushi and was slightly stunned. He sensed that the latter had an abnormally powerful spirit. Tang 13 obviously didn't expect that a small place like Moyong City would have someone who could awaken such a powerful spirit. Emo Rushi looked at Nietian. After the latter nodded, she said, My name is Emo Rushi. Nietian smiled faintly and said, Tang 13, I have given you what you want. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Tang 13 smiled. Don't worry. I've said that Tang 13, will do what I say. But right now, you don't have the right to see the person you want to see. Also, you have things to take care of, don't you? I don't have the right to see Tang Hao. Nietian smiled, speechless. Tang Hao was Nietian's direct disciple. If Tang 13 knew the relationship between Nietian and Tang Hao, what would he think? Then when do you plan to find a person for me? Nietian didn't want to waste time and asked directly. Tang 13 smiled soon. After I find the person I want to see, I will take you to see Tang Hao. Nietian shook his head helplessly. I hope you won't make me wait too long. That won't happen. Tang 13 laughed. As a reward for waiting, I won't tell your enemy what happened here. How about that? Nietian shook his head again. If you didn't know the relationship between Tang 13 and Tang Hao, Tian would have killed this ghost-eyed youth already. Okay, goodbye. Tang 13 didn't want to stay any longer. Her body moved and disappeared like a ghost. Tian, who is he? Mo Rushi realized that she couldn't see through Tang 13's strength and couldn't help but ask. Tang 13, from the Bloodbat House, Tian said honestly. From a Bloodbat House. Mo Rushi was shocked. Tian, Mo Rushi. Just then, Tang 13's voice suddenly rose again. I forgot to tell you, you two are really a good match. You look like a couple. After the teasing voice, Tang 13's breath completely disappeared. Tian smiled and suddenly whispered in Mo Rushi's ear. I think so too. Really? Mo Rushi felt her ear itch and her cheeks instantly became bright red. It seems that you also have the same feeling. Tian gently bit Mo Rushi's earlobe and chuckled. Tian, you're shameless. You're taking advantage of me again. Mo Rushi suddenly reacted. With a sweet voice, she punched Tian's chest. Tian hugged her and said, stay by my side later. Okay. Mo Rushi bit her lips and nodded. At this moment, she suddenly felt very happy. Mo Rushi would never forget this feeling for the rest of her life. Chapter 42. In the City Lord Manor's Great Hall, the warm moment did not last long. After a moment, battle cries sounded out from outside the Great Hall. The Bloodbat Sex people are here. Tian stepped out of the Great Hall, Mo Rushi following behind him. Crack! At this time, a gigantic white lightning suddenly flashed across the dark night sky, illuminating half the night sky. Rumble. Immediately after, deafening thunder sounded out. Torrential rain poured down in torrents, arriving in torrents. Tonight is destined to be a bloody and rainy night. Tian raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes revealing a hint of cold indifference. The enmity of killing his father 3 years ago, he could finally avenge it today. Rushi, follow me. Tian strode out in large strides, charging into the torrential rain. Mo Rushi followed closely by Tian's side. In the various corridors of the City Lord Manor, battle cries rose and fell. Clearly, both sides had already clashed. Tian brought Mo Rushi to the first corridor. Yuan was currently leading 3 Nie family members, entangling with the Bloodbat Sex people. The Bloodbat Sex people were divided into 4 batches. Yuan and the rest were fighting with over 10 Essence Spirit martial artists. The strongest among them was a 9th level Essence Spirit martial artist. Bloodbat Sex beasts, die for me. Yuan roared loudly, all the Essence energy in his body surging out. Slapping out with a palm. The palm wind was swift and fierce, attacking the body of a Bloodbat Sex black-clothed martial artist who was charging right at the front. The all-out attack of a Wanxiang martial artist was exceptionally tyrannical. Ark, the black-clothed martial artist, was struck head-on. With a tragic cry, he died tragically on the spot. Well killed. Tian smiled sinisterly. His figure leaped up, the War God Emperor Fist unleashing once more, attacking towards a 3rd-level Essence Spirit Realm black-clothed martial artist. Bang! With a muffled sound, that black-clothed martial artist was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar in the corridor. He actually knocked the stone pillar down directly. After falling to the ground, he breathed his last. Although Tian only had 2nd-level Essence Spirit strength, his absolute strength was seriously too terrifying. Under a full-powered attack, it was enough to insta-kill ordinary 4th-level Essence Spirit martial artists. The Bloodbat sect lost 2 people consecutively, but their attacks became even fiercer. These people were all desperados. Blood and death could not make them retreat. Instead, it made them even crazier. A deacon of a Nye family was hit and screamed. Patriarch, you go first. I'll stay here. The people of the Bloodbat sect were not afraid of death. They were all bloodthirsty people. Yuan was afraid that Tian would be injured, so he shouted loudly. Yuan, protect Mo Rushi. Tian didn't listen to him at all. He roared and charged toward the Bloodbat sect's fierce attack. It had been 3 years and the person who killed his father was right in front of him. How can Tion cower? Arrogant brat, you're courting death. When the people from the Bloodbat sect saw someone rushing towards them, they all laughed wildly. 4 or 5 of them attacked at the same time, and instantly several primordial spirit attacks blasted towards Tion. These few people were all 4th and 5th level essence spirit realm experts. Attacking together, the aura was very strong. But Tion did not care about anything. His feet executed great swan wakaba steps, the bizarre footwork ingeniously dodging all of the attacks. His body dove forward, his large hand reaching out. He directly grabbed hold of the neck of a black-clothed martial artist. Die for me! With a deep, furious roar, Tion's hand was like an iron pincer, suddenly exerting force, directly twisting the neck of the black-clothed martial artist. All of the black-clothed martial artists were stunned one after another, involuntarily retreating. They did not think that Tion was actually even crazier than them. Who else? Tion lifted his head and roared furiously. Under the torrential rain, his savage face was like a god of slaughter bathed in blood. Dodge *T, you're courting death here. Venomous Wolf Fist. The strongest 9th level essence spirit martial artist among the black-clothed martial artists roared furiously and punched out. A black wolf head appeared, blasting towards Tion. Patriarch. When Yuan saw that Tion was in danger, he roared furiously. Essence energy surged, and his primordial spirit appeared. It was actually a ghost head broadsword. Yuan's primordial spirit was different from other martial artists. His primordial spirit was no longer a phantom, but condensed into substance. Grasped in his hand, it was no different from a spirit weapon. The primordial spirit condensed into a physical form. This was precisely the fundamental difference between myriad phenomenon martial artists and essence spirit martial artists. A primordial spirit condensed into a physical form was much stronger than a primordial spirit phantom. Just that aura was not what ordinary essence spirit martial artists could withstand. Don't care about me. Chop him up. Just as Yuan made his move, Tion roared furiously. Okay, in that instant of danger, Yuan chose to believe in Tion. The ghost head broadsword swept across the air, drawing out a shocking saber light, attacking straight for that 9th level essence spirit black-clothed martial artist. Bang! Bang! The two people's attacks virtually arrived at the same time. Tion was struck by the black wolf head, his figure falling back several steps. Stomping his feet fiercely, he immediately stabilized his figure, but immediately spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Receiving the all-out attack of a 9th level essence spirit martial artist head-on. Even if Tion's body was powerful, it was hard to avoid injuries too. Arg! At the same time, the black-clothed martial artist was struck by Yuan's saber light. A shocking bloody gash appeared on his chest, deep enough to see bone. Blood immediately gushed out in torrents. Kill them for me. The black-clothed martial artist had 9th level essence spirit strength after all. Yuan's saber actually failed to claim his life. He plugged up the bleeding wound and shouted furiously. Kill! The other black-clothed martial artists immediately went crazy, charging forward desperately. Retreat! Tion gave a furious roar. Sword Absolute Heaven cleaving sword appeared in his hand. A war god Heaven Slash was unleashed, and he withdrew and retreated. The Bloodbat sex people's battle intent was too strong, not fearing death at all. Each and every one of them was like King Mad Dogs. If Tion forcefully continued fighting, even if he could kill these people, he would also be injured. Yuan took a step forward and personally brought up the rear. His ghost head saber chopped down forcefully, ending another black-clothed martial artist's life. Tion brought Rushi along and charged towards the inner court. Crack! Rumble! White lightning flashed across the night sky. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the downpour became heavier. Tion and Rushi arrived at the entrance of the inner court. It was already a sea of blood in front of them. There were over a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Most of them were Bloodbat sect's black-clothed martial artists, but there were also a few from the City Lord Manor. Nyetian Rushi. Emotai relaxed considerably when he saw that Nyetian and Mo Rushi were fine. "Father, how are you?" Mo Rushi asked anxiously when she saw that Emotai was covered in blood. Emotai laughed wildly and said, "I killed a few Bloodbat sect beasts and got some blood on me. I'm fine." The dozen or so black-clothed martial artists on the ground had clearly charged in from the fourth corridor. Their journey was unimpeded, and they were the first to arrive at the inner courtyard. However, they did not expect to become the most tragic victims. "Get ready. A large number of people from the Bloodbat sect will be here soon." Nyetian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fierceness in his eyes growing stronger. As soon as Nyetian finished speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps came from afar, stepping on the puddles of water. The people from the 3 corridors retreated one after another. The number of people was slightly reduced, and many of them were injured. Following that, the people of the Bloodbat sect rushed in one after another. They were like vicious wolves, their eyes revealing fierceness. On Nyetian's side, there were still about 10 people left, while the Bloodbat sect and the Ba clan had lost nearly half of their men, leaving only about 20 people. To be able to kill over 20 Bloodbat sect martial artists under such a disadvantageous situation, it was all thanks to Nyetian's ingenious arrangements. If they had fought head-on with the Bloodbat sect right from the start, everyone in the City Lore Manor would have died by now. Even so, Nyetian's side was still at an absolute disadvantage. Nyetian. Ba Wuli's figure appeared, his bloodshot eyes staring at Nyetian, as if he wanted to skin the latter alive. "Ba Wuli, you really are from the Bloodbat sect. You were the one who did that 3 years ago, right?" Nyetian said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "So what if it was me?" Ba Wuli laughed maniacally. "Nyetian, I killed your father 3 years ago, and today, I can kill you too." Nyetian took a step forward and stared at Ba Wuli. He said coldly, "Ba Wuli, the hatred of killing my father is irreconcilable. If I, Nyetian, don't kill you today, I am not worthy to be called son." "Ha ha ha. Nyetian, you want to kill me? You won't be able to in this lifetime." Ba Wuli laughed arrogantly. In his opinion, the City Lord Manor would definitely lose. Nyetianling smiled coldly and turned to Mo Tai. "City Lord Mo, I'll leave the others to you. Old Dog Ba's mine. Family Lord, don't be rash." Nyet Wenyuan took a step forward. Although he knew that Nyetian was powerful, Ba Wuli was a level 9 origin spirit expert, far stronger than Ba Ziliang. "Don't worry, it's just an old dog. I must kill him." Nyetian's eyes were resolute and brooked no discussion. Mo Tai and Nye Wenyuan exchanged a look and said at the same time, "Finish it quickly." "Oomph." Xiongba laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "A level 3 Wanxiang and a level 1 Wanxiang. This altar master wants to see how you will finish this quickly." 4 Wanxiang martial artists. The difference in strength between each level was like a heavenly chasm, very difficult to cross. Under normal circumstances, even if Mo Tai and Nye Wenyuan joined forces, they would not be Xiongba's match. But since Mo Tai and Nye Wenyuan dared to say that they would finish this quickly, they naturally had something to rely on. Their trump card was the explosive Yuan pill. The two took out the explosive Yuan pill at the same time and swallowed it. Seeing this, the others in the City Lord Manor also took out the explosive Yuan pill and swallowed it. "Explosive Yuan pill," Xiongba exclaimed in surprise. "You guys actually have explosive Yuan pills." Xiongba never dreamed that a mere city lord of Moyang City could take out explosive Yuan pills, and so many at once. After consuming the explosive Yuan pills, Mo Tai, Nye Wenyuan, and the others' auras surged violently. Mo Tai felt a wild energy colliding in all directions within his dantian, nearly bursting his dantian. This kind of explosive feeling made his fighting spirit soar. Level 4 Wanxiang Realm. Level 5 Wanxiang Realm. Mo Tai's expression was excited. The explosive Yuan pill actually increased his strength by 2 whole levels. Nie Yuan was also overjoyed. His strength had also skyrocketed to the level 3 Wanxiang realm. Looking at the others, their strength had increased greatly, especially those level 9 origin spirit martial artists. Their strength had increased to the Wanxiang realm, and they were so excited that they wanted to cry. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to ascend from the level 9 origin spirit realm to the Wanxiang realm. Many people were stuck at the level 9 origin spirit realm, unable to advance their entire lives. The explosive Yuan pill allowed them to experience the strength of a Wanxiang realm martial artist. How could they not be excited? Slaughter them. Emotai roared in a low voice. He strode out, directly choosing Xiong Ba as his opponent. The others also stepped forward, gaining the upper hand in terms of aura. Nie Tian turned and walked out a few steps, pulling away from the others. Baoli also walked out. The two of them wanted to fight one-on-one. Chapter 43. Mo Rushi flashed into the inner courtyard. She wouldn't be of any help in a battle of this level. In fact, she might even become a burden. Amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, a bloody battle erupted. With Zhu Qin's Yuan explosion pill, the city lord's side instantly gained the upper hand. After the first exchange, the Bloodbat sect's casualties exceeded half. Originally, there were more than 20 people, but now, more than 10 had collapsed. Even the strongest altar lord, Xiong Ba, was forced to retreat by Mo Tai and Nie Yuan. On the other side, Nie Tian and Ba Wuli glared at each other. Nie Tian, eat your Yuan explosion pill. Ba Wuli smiled cold, a hint of disdain in his voice. Old dog Ba, I don't need an Yuan explosion pill to kill you. Nie Tian smiled calmly. Nie Tian did indeed have an Yuan explosion pill, but he didn't plan to use it. The side effects of the Yuan explosion pill were too great. If he was injured, it might even hinder his future cultivation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Nie Tian wouldn't use it. Moreover, Nie Tian had many trump cards in his hands: astral energy, astral souls, and the terrifying 3 seals of the war god. Thus, he really wasn't in a hurry to use the Yuan explosion pill. Little bastard, your father was very arrogant when he was alive, but I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than him. That's good too. I'll immediately reunite you with your arrogant dog, T father. Ba Wuli seemed to be blindly angry, but his words were filled with treachery and cunning. He immediately used Nie Tian's father to provoke him. Old dog Ba, aren't you trying to provoke me? Nie Tianling smiled coldly. Congratulations, you've succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Tian took a step forward, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched out. The afterimages of the fist shook the air and attacked Ba Wuli from a strange angle. Nie Tian's attack was swift, and the angle was tricky. Ba Wuli couldn't dodge. Arrogant brat, you're courting death. With an angry roar, Ba Wuli's aura surged, and the Yuan Qi in his body surged out, forming a huge phantom of a goat's horn. Boom! In the first head-on collision, both sides retreated at the same time. Nie Tian took 5 steps back, while Ba Wuli only took 1 step back. With just this one move, it could immediately be seen that in terms of absolute power, Nie Tian was quite a bit inferior to Ba Wuli. After all, the other party was a 9th-level origin spirit expert. Nie Tian's current physical strength was 20,000 Jin. With the addition of the Divine War Imperial Fist, his explosive strength exceeded 30,000 Jin. Even so, he had still been pushed back by Ba Wuli despite having seized the initiative. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 9th-level origin spirit realm was. The strength of a martial practitioner at the 9th level of the origin spirit realm is indeed far from what a martial practitioner at the 5th level of the origin spirit realm can compare to. Also, Ba Wuli has been at the 9th level of the origin spirit realm for a very long time, and his strength is almost close to the manifestation realm. I have to avoid a head-on clash with him next. After that move, Nie Tian became much more cautious. A 5th-level origin spirit martial artist strength was roughly 10,000 caddies, but a 9th-level origin spirit martial artist strength exceeded 30,000 caddies. The difference between the two was very obvious. Little B** starred, Your strength is indeed strong enough. Ba Wuli was astonished by Nye Tian's strength. He could never have imagined that a mere second-level origin spirit martial artist would be able to instantly erupt with such terrifying strength. Only now did Ba Wuli realize that Ba Ziliang dying in Nye Tian's hands was not a loss at all. Ba Wuli even felt that the outcome of this duel was not as obvious as he had imagined. Ram trampling mountain. With a furious roar, the phantom of a single-horned ram appeared behind Ba Wuli. It was 4 meters long, and its huge horns were incomparably sharp, giving off a feeling of unstoppable sharpness. A single-horned ram. This was Ba Wuli's primordial spirit. With a single glance, Nye Tian could tell that the single-horned ram was a third-level primordial spirit. It was not considered strong, but if struck head-on, it would still be very fatal. Ba Wuli's speed was extremely fast. Unfortunately, Nye Tian's speed was even faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Nimbly shifting his feet 3 times, Nye Tian very cleverly dodged Ba Wuli's attack. Little B Asterisk starred. Let's see how long you can dodge for. Ba Wuli's expression was ferocious. He punched out with both fists, and 2 afterimages of fists flew towards Nye Tian from both sides. Not only did Nye Tian not feel fear, but he even smiled lightly. Moving left and right, he easily dodged the afterimages of fists. Although the great steps of Wakaba had no offensive power, it could greatly increase Nye Tian's speed and agility. Not only could it allow him to dodge attacks, it could also create suitable opportunities for him to attack. With Nye Tian's speed, unless it was a large-scale attack from a Wanxiang or Essence Spirit martial artist, it would be very difficult to hit him. Bam! As Nye Tian dodged, he struck out with another Divine War Emperor fist, which landed squarely on Ba Wuli's chest. The latter retreated several steps, and his face instantly turned red with rage. Nice! Mo Rushi, who had been watching the duel between Nye Tian and Ba Wuli, could not help but cheer. On the other side, the battle between the City Lord's Manor and the Bloodbat sect was reaching its climax. Under the torrential downpour, the ground was littered with corpses. There were less than 10 people left in the City Lord's Manor, while the Bloodbat sect only had 6 people left. Apart from Xiongba, there were only 5 9th-level Essence Spirit martial artists left. The Yuan Burst Pill gave the City Lord's Manor an overwhelming advantage in the first place. However, the medicinal effects of the Yuan Burst Pill would gradually fade. If they could not end the battle in a short period of time, the situation would only become more and more dire. Boom! Boom! Mo Tai and Xiongba both revealed their primordial spirits at the same time. One was a 5-meter-long, flaming berserk lion. Its fur was scarlet red, as though it was burning with raging flames. The other was a 6-meter-long, iron blood violent bear. Its body was like a small black mountain, and it seemed to possess overwhelming power. Mo Tai's flaming berserk lion was a 4th-level primordial spirit, and Xiongba's iron blood violent bear was also a 4th-level primordial spirit. However, it was clearly more terrifying and stronger than the flaming berserk lion. What was even more terrifying was that both of them were Wanxiang martial artists, and their primordial spirits had already taken physical form. Right now, their primordial spirits were no different from spiritual beasts. Boom! Both of them were ferocious to the extreme, and they actually chose to clash head-on. The 2 primordial spirits collided head-on, and it was like 2 huge rocks colliding at extreme speed. The instantaneous explosion of power formed a shockwave visible to the naked eye, and it directly swept up the torrential rain, going against the flow and rushing into the night sky. The surrounding martial artists actually could not withstand the impact of this kind of power, and they all retreated. Demonic Head targeting kill. Nye Yuan, who was at the side, saw the opportunity and chopped down with his demonic head broadsword. Pooh! The broadsword chopped down, and a horrifying wound appeared on the back of the iron blood violent bear. It was at least half a meter deep, and blood instantly gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the rainwater under its feet red. Roar! The intense pain caused the iron blood violent bear to howl. Its roar pierced through the night sky, making this crazy rainy night even more bloody. Xiongba instantly became even more frenzied, and with a wild howl, he pounced towards Emotai. At the same time, the battle between Nietian and Ba Wuli continued. Little B asterisk starred, I will definitely kill you today. Ba Wuli's attacks all missed, and he was even forced to retreat by Nietian's attacks. Such a situation caused him to sink into a state of frenzy. Rainwater and blood flowed down his face, and his entire person became even more malevolent and terrifying. Are you going to go crazy? Nietian snickered. This is exactly the result I wanted. Nietian had been using the Great Swan Steps for a long time, and this was quite a burden on him. Although he managed to avoid any injuries, it also resulted in a severe depletion of his elemental energy. Although he struck Ba Wuli repeatedly, he wasn't able to deal any fatal damage to his opponent. The reason why Nietian did this was because he wanted to disrupt Ba Wuli's mental state, causing the latter to sink into madness. In his previous life, Nietian's combat experience was far too rich, and Ba Wuli couldn't even be compared to him. It's time to use the septuple wave's astral soul. Nietian's lips curled up as he murmured softly. The gaze he directed at Ba Wuli was filled with coldness. Septuple wave's astral soul, go. Before Ba Wuli could launch another attack, Nietian seized the opportunity and made the first move. Taking the initiative, Nietian no longer held back. Astral energy gushed out from his 10th Yuan meridian, and the power of 6 astral spheres instantly erupted. At the same time, the septuple wave's astral soul above the primal chaos original coffin sensed it, and it flowed into his dantian, perfectly fusing with his Yuan meridian. The moment the septuple wave's astral soul appeared, it immediately transformed into 7 waves, like 7 spiritual snakes breaking out of the ice, and attacked Ba Wuli. Is that all? Nietian was slightly taken aback. If the septuple wave's astral soul only had this much power, then it would be too disappointing. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The 7 waves suddenly spun in the air, and in an instant, they absorbed the torrential rain in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they split into 7, and in the end, 49 phantoms. The 49 phantoms were connected layer by layer and actually formed a green water screen, like a waterfall pressing down on Ba Wuli. The septuple wave's astral soul seems to be even more powerful in this torrential rain. It actually absorbed a portion of the power of heaven and earth. Nietian felt the change in the septuple wave's astral soul, and his heart was filled with joy. He had confirmed a guess in his heart. Astral souls had attributes. Precisely because astral souls had attributes, the power of the septuple wave's astral soul would be amplified in the torrential rain. Obviously, the septuple wave's astral soul was of the water attribute. Nietian deduced that the crimson flame astral soul from before was of the fire attribute, but he was not too sure about the attribute of the heavenly wolf kill. The sudden scene caused Ba Wuli to be slightly taken aback. In an instant, anger flashed across his face, and his single-horned ram Yuan spirit surged with a terrifying aura, blasting towards the water screen in front of him. Ram horn blasting the heavens. Ba Wuli's Yuan Qi surged, and a huge ram horn was formed, several meters long. In the next instant, the huge ram horn blasted against the water screen. The water screen shattered, but in the next instant, it reformed into 7 terrifying waves, pressing towards Ba Wuli. Ba Wuli clearly did not expect such a situation to occur. With a miserable howl, his chest was struck by the 7 waves. The 7 waves were like sharp swords, forcefully leaving 7 bloody holes on Ba Wuli's body, and instantly, blood gushed out. What a powerful attack! Nietian exclaimed in surprise. Even he did not expect the power of the septuple waves to be so terrifying. The septuple waves must have absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly amplifying its power. That's why it can erupt with such terrifying power. Nietian guessed. Ba Wuli's entire body was bleeding profusely, and he could not help but retreat. He pointed a finger at Nietian, and other than shock and anger, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. But he no longer had a chance. Before he could even finish saying Nye Tian's name, he had already collapsed into a pool of blood and rainwater. After twitching a few times, he no longer moved. Finally dead. Sensing that Ba Wuli was no longer breathing, Nye Tian muttered in a low voice. The enemy who killed his father was finally dead. Nye Tian's greatest hatred in this life had finally been avenged. At this moment, he felt extremely exhilarated. A real man should be able to repay kindness and revenge quickly. Chapter 44. Just as Nye Tian killed Ba Wuli, Xiongba let out a wild roar. Amidst the storm, Xiongba's entire body was dyed red with blood. His expression was ferocious, like an enraged beast. There was no longer anyone beside him. After a bloody battle, everyone from Bloodbat sect, except for Xiongba, had died. Only now did Nye Tian realize that Tang 13 had not appeared. This guy's quite crafty. With his abilities, if he hides, it will be very difficult to find him, Nye Tian thought to himself. Actually, Tang 13's presence would not affect the outcome of the battle. Nye Tian guessed that he must be hiding somewhere, secretly observing. Only Xiongba was left from Bloodbat sect, and only a few from the city lord side survived. Only Emotai and Nye Wenyuan were still fighting. Nye Tian flashed over, constantly on guard, in case Xiongba launched a desperate counterattack. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Xiongba laughed wildly, the violent aura around it becoming more obvious. He glanced at Emotai, Nye Wenyuan, and Nye Tian, and said coldly, "To think that I, Xiongba, an altar leader of Bloodbat sect, would be forced to this state by a few ants in a place like this. What a joke." Xiongba was an altar leader of Bloodbat sect, and his strength had reached the 5th tier of all adepts. He could be considered an expert. Now that he was going to die in a small place like Moyang City, it was indeed regrettable. However, Xiongba obviously would not stop here. "Ants, you want to kill me? It won't be so easy. Even if I die, I'll drag you ants down with me." Laughing wildly, Xiongba suddenly took out a black spirit pill that exuded a violent aura. Blood Death Pill. Seeing the spirit pill in Xiongba's hand, Nye Tian's expression changed, and he growled in a low voice. "Stinking brat, you're good to actually know about the Blood Death Pill." Xiongba laughed loudly, raising his head and swallowing the Blood Death Pill. Emotai knew that Nye Tian was an alchemist. Seeing his expression change, his heart sank, and he asked, "Nye Tian, what spirit pill did he take?" "3rd stage spirit pill, Blood Death Pill." Nye Tian quickly regained his composure. He said in a deep voice, instantly igniting the cultivator's blood chi, pushing the cultivator's strength to its peak. It is enough to raise one's strength by a major realm, creating the strongest attack of one's life. Advancing by a major cultivation realm. Emotai and Nye Wenyuan cried out at the same time. Tyrant Bear's strength was at the 5th tier of the Wanxiang realm. If he advanced by a major realm, he would be at the 5th tier of a giant spirit realm. In the giant spirit realm, a martial artist's primordial spirit would condense a giant spirit true body. Their strength would increase by several times or even dozens of times. A full force attack would be enough to shatter a mountain. The terrifying power was not something a Wanxiang martial artist could imagine. Nye Tian nodded and said, "When a martial artist consumes a blood death pill and unleashes his final move, his blood and chi will be completely burned away, and he will die immediately. He wants to perish together with us." Tyrant Bear's blood death pill was very similar to the blood chi burning martial skill that Ba Ziliang had used before, but the power and side effects were magnified countless times. "Ha ha!" Tyrant Bear laughed sinisterly and roared. "I really didn't expect that in this small Moyang city there would be a young man like you. Not only are you extremely talented and powerful, you are also so proficient in alchemy. You have really broadened my horizons." Tyrant Bear paused for a moment, and his face turned cold. He looked at Nye Tian and said coldly, "What a pity. Even if you have monstrous talent, you still have to die today. To be able to have a genius like you accompany me in death My death is worth it. Ha! Nyetian frowned slightly and said, the blood death pill is indeed scary, but I have no interest in dying with you. Nyetian, what are you trying to do? Emotai couldn't help but ask when he saw Nyetian's strange expression. Family head, don't take things too hard, okay? Nye Wenyuan also asked when he saw Nyetian's serious expression. Nyetian smiled faintly and said to the two, you two enter the inner courtyard. Leave this mad dog to me. Nyetian, what are you trying to do? Emo Rushi didn't know what Nyetian was trying to do, and she anxiously shouted. Nyetian turned around and looked at Emo Rushi. He suddenly puffed out his chest, and with extreme confidence, he said indifferently, Rushi, believe in me. Emo Rushi was startled for a moment, but she immediately felt the strong confidence coming from Nyetian, and she couldn't help but nod. Emotai and Yuan looked at each other, nodded, and retreated into the inner courtyard. A white lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating the mayor's mansion. Nyetian stood tall and straight. Rumble. The earth-shaking thunder made the rain even more violent. Stinking brat, you still want to be a hero in the face of death? Tyrant Bear's blood and chi kept bursting out, and the surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. Tyrant Bear's voice became even wilder. You have no idea how terrifying a giant spirit realm martial artist is. Do you think you will be safe just by hiding in the inner courtyard? Today, I will bury the entire mayor's mansion with me. The entire mayor's mansion? Nie Tianling sneered and mocked. It's just a blood death pill. So what if you have the strength of a giant spirit realm martial artist? You are still trash in front of me. Nie Tian's expression was cold, revealing an extreme coldness. He was the #1 war god in the heaven realm. Even if he only had the strength of a second-level origin spirit realm martial artist, he wouldn't be afraid of Tyrant Bear. I can only use the supreme seal of the 3 seals of the god of war, Nie Tian said in his heart. Nie Tian couldn't contend against Tyrant Bear right now, but if he escaped immediately, he could definitely protect himself. But escape? This was never in Nie Tian's consideration. There was no one in the world who could make the #1 war god of heaven realm escape. After making up his mind, Nie Tian prepared to use the supreme seal of the 3 seals of the god of war, soul-severing heavenly seal. 3 seals of the god of war, flowing man seal, annihilating earth seal, soul-severing heavenly seal. Each seal was stronger than the last, and each seal was crazier than the last. Nie Tian had used the flowing mortal seal before, allowing him to defeat Bustling when he was at the origin meridian realm. If he used the flowing mortal seal or the annihilation earth seal now, it wouldn't be enough to resist Tyrant Bear. Therefore, Nie Tian could only use the soul-severing heavenly seal. But Nie Tian was too weak, unable to display the power of the soul-severing heavenly seal. Even if he borrowed the power of heaven and earth to use the soul-severing heavenly seal, he couldn't defeat Tyrant Bear. He could only minimize the damage of Tyrant Bear's ultimate attack. With my current strength, once I use the soul-severing heavenly seal, it will cause immeasurable damage to my origin meridians and origin spirit. It might even cause irreparable damage. Sigh, I've just been reborn, and I have to face a life and death situation. What a tough life. Nie Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. The soul-severing heavenly seal. Even when Nie Tian was at his peak, he didn't dare to use it easily. Now that his strength had dropped to less than 1/1000th of his original strength, it would cause an immeasurable burden on his body. But Nie Tian really didn't have any other choice. He could only fight it out. He could only pray that the Primal Chaos Original Coffin and Star Soul Original Codex were strong enough to withstand the negative damage brought by the soul-severing heavenly seal. Stinking brat, prepare to die. Accompany this altar lord in death. Tyrant Bear laughed maniacally. He knew that he couldn't escape death and had long prepared to die together with him. Boom! As his maniacal laughter fell, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in the torrential rain. Tyrant Bear's iron blood violent bear actually started to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew from 5 to 6 meters long to 50 to 60 meters, simply becoming a colossal beast occupying more than half of the courtyard. A layer of crimson blood mist faintly floated around the giant iron blood-violent bear's body, causing the surrounding environment to present a strange and violent atmosphere. In the inner courtyard, Mo Tai, Nya Wenyuan, Mo Rushi, and the others were scared silly. This was the first time they saw a giant spirit realm martial artist's giant spirit true body. It was a completely unimaginable power. Previously, they thought that Tyrant Bear's words of letting the entire city lore manor be buried with him were just arrogant words. Looking at it now, Giant Spirit Realm Martial Artist really had the strength to destroy the City Lord Manor in one blow. Everyone retreat. Facing Tyrant Bear's Giant Spirit true body, Nietion's face was calm. With a loud roar, his palms began to form seals, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth began to slowly gather towards him. Nietion's strength was too weak. If he wanted to activate the soul-annihilating heavenly seal, he needed to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Roar! The giant iron blood-violent bear roared towards the sky. Its roar shook the heavens, and the torrential rain that filled the sky seemed to be afraid of its aura. The giant spirit true body was truly terrifying. Prepare to fight with your life on the line. Nietion smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be forced into such a state by a mere giant spirit true body. If this was in his previous life, the iron blood-violent bear before him wouldn't even be able to withstand a single glance from Nietion. Within 100 meters, the power of heaven and earth actually reversed, and the torrential rain was drawn towards Nietion. At this moment, Nietion was like a bottomless black hole that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During this process, Nietion was constantly evaluating the iron blood-violent bear's power. He had to determine how much spiritual energy he wanted to absorb, because the more spiritual energy he absorbed, the more powerful the soul-annihilating heavenly seal would be. At the same time, the side effects on his Yuan meridians would also be greater. Good boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Xiongba was shocked by Nietion's aura, but in the next moment, he smiled mercilessly. But it's already useless. Your personal strength is too weak. Even if you have a heaven-defying martial skill, it's useless. Violent bear bombardment. With a loud roar, Xiongba's aura soared to the extreme. The giant iron blood-violent bear's body shook, and an even larger violent bear phantom appeared, almost covering the entire inner courtyard. Two giant bear claws were raised high, and in the next moment, the inner courtyard would be completely crushed into a deep pit. And at this moment, Nietion frowned slightly, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth suddenly stopped, then dissipated. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Nietion had condensed instantly surged out, and all the aura dissipated. Ha ha ha! Die! When Xiongba saw this scene, he thought that Nietion had given up resisting and immediately roared. However, Nietion didn't care about Xiongba at all. His frown deepened, and he muttered, "Such a powerful aura. It's actually a spirit wheel expert. There's hope now. Who are you, madman? How dare you behave atrociously in the Mo clan? You're courting death." Just as Xiongba's fatal blow was about to land, a calm and indifferent old voice rang out. A white figure appeared in the distant sky, and the surrounding elemental energy was surging incessantly. Unexpectedly, the torrential rain couldn't get close to him, and a 100-meter spherical space was formed around him. Chapter 45. What a powerful aura! Although they were a few hundred meters apart, Xiongba could feel the unparalleled aura emitted by the white-robed figure. Xiongba panicked and pounced with his huge bear paws. "How dare you? I have spoken, yet you still dare to make a move. You are courting death." The white-robed elder was enraged. He raised his arm and lightly pointed with his finger. Puff! Suddenly, a powerful burst of chi shot out from his fingertip, and like a sharp arrow, it shot toward Tyrant Bear. The sharp arrow pierced through the air and actually affected the power of heaven and earth around it. Even the torrential rain seemed to have become a support as it gradually condensed into a water dragon that was almost 100 meters long. Like a waterfall, It rushed towards Xiongba. Bang! The water dragon hit the ferocious iron blood bear's huge body, and all of Xiongba's aura was shattered. The ferocious iron blood bear's giant spirit true body was instantly drowned, and Xiongba himself was directly crushed by the powerful impact. The attack of a giant spirit stage 5 expert that burned all of his blood, and Qi was actually unable to resist a casual finger from the white-robed elder. In fact, it was completely unable to resist. The scene in front of them left everyone dumbfounded. Xiongba's strength was already unimaginable, but the white-robed elder killed Xiongba as easily as crushing an ant. No one dared to imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, Nietian's reaction was very calm. He just looked at the white-robed elder in the air and said softly, "Is a spirit wheel expert so cool?" The spirit wheel realm was indeed very powerful. At least in Moyang City and even the Kingdom of Blue Clouds, it was an existence that could not be defeated. There were 9 realms in the cultivation of martial artists: Yuan Meridian, Yuan Spirit, Manifestation, Giant Spirit, True Energy, Spirit Wheel, Heaven Evolution, Heaven Being, and Heavenly Emperor. The Spirit Wheel realm was 2 realms higher than the Giant Spirit realm. It was very normal for Xiongba to be unable to resist a casual finger from the white-robed elder. At this moment, Nietian was not shocked by the white-robed elder's strength. He was more curious about the white-robed elder's identity. The white-robed elder came in the direction of the governor's mansion and even mentioned the Mo family. It was obvious that this person had an unusual relationship with Mo Tai and Mo Rushi. While everyone was in complete shock, the white-robed old man floated down. He first glanced at Nietian and immediately saw through Nietian's strength. After that, he was not interested in looking at him a second time. Subsequently, the white-clad old man spoke. This old man is the Mo clan's outer court elder, Mo Feng. Which one is Mo Tai? Please come out. Nietian frowned slightly. As expected, this person came for Mo Tai. He called himself Mo Feng. Could he be from the same clan as Mo Tai? That shouldn't be possible. Nietian remembered that the Mo family was an aristocratic family in Moyang City. Several generations of them were born and raised in Moyang City. A spirit wheel realm expert from the same family as Mo Tai? What a joke. Nietian continued to watch curiously. At this moment, Mo Tai finally recovered from his shock. When he heard the person calling his name, his entire body trembled. He quickly walked out and knelt before Mo Feng. He said respectfully, "Junior Mo Tai respectfully greets Elder Mo Feng. And you may rise." Mo Feng was satisfied with Mo Tai's respectful behavior. He nodded lightly. Right at this moment, another voice suddenly sounded. "You are Mo Tai?" A voice resounded in the air. It was pleasant to listen to and very magnetic. However, at the same time, it was filled with a sense of distance. Nietian raised his head and saw a young man standing on the roof. He was around 20 years old. He had a handsome face and a tall figure. He was wearing a spotless white shirt, giving off a very cold feeling. Although the rain was pouring, the young man in white seemed to be repelling the rain. All the raindrops were avoiding him, allowing him to maintain his elegant demeanor. This person is quite capable. I actually didn't notice his existence. Nietian frowned. He began to pay attention to this young man. Nietian's strength wasn't strong, but his mental strength was very strong. It was comparable to a rank for alchemist. To be able to appear in front of him without him noticing, the young man in white was not simple. Mo Tai and Mo Feng looked at the young man in white at the same time. Mo Feng's eyes revealed a hint of unconcealable respect. This is... Mo Tai noticed Mo Feng's attitude towards the young man in white. He immediately became cautious. This is the main family's 3rd young master, Mo Yu. Mo Feng introduced. Subordinate pays respect to 3rd young master. Hearing Mo Yu's identity, Mo Tai became even more cautious. He immediately kowtowed and said, "Rise." Mo Yu's reaction was very dull and even somewhat cold. He said, "Half a month ago, you used the ink language 1,000 miles to report a matter to the main family. I want to know, is that matter true? Half a month ago, Nietion's heart stirred. He immediately recalled that half a month ago was the time when Mo Rushi awakened her primordial spirit. Could it be? Nietion recalled that the primordial spirit that Mo Rushi awakened was a rank 9 supreme, being primordial spirit, 9 skies, divine phoenix. Mo family is a big family in the small Sumeru world. Mo Yang City's Mo family is just a small branch. Mo Tai informed the main family after Mo Rushi awakened her rank 9 primordial spirit. Therefore, the main family came to summon Mo Rushi back to the main family. Nietion said in his heart. The 3,000 small worlds were also known as the small Sumeru world. It was a name that was used to refer to the Sumeru world. In any world, the way the super families existed was very similar. One main family and countless branch families. It was certain that the super families had a large population. In this case, not everyone was qualified to stay in the main family. People who were not strong enough, had no talent, or made a big mistake, such as these, will be sent to some small cities and let them establish their own branch families. Under normal circumstances, the main family and the branch families would maintain a certain amount of contact. If the branch family had a problem that they could not solve or other things, they could contact the main family. And if a super genius appeared in the branch family, once it was confirmed, they would be qualified to return to the main family. If Mo Yang City's Mo family was a branch of the Mo family, then Mo Rushi awakened her rank 9 primordial spirit. It was natural for Mo Tai to lead his clansmen back to the main family. It had to be said that Nietion's analytical ability was very strong. Just based on a simple piece of information, he came to a completely correct conclusion. Indeed, Mo Yang City's Mo family was a branch of the small Sumer world's Mo family. As the head of the branch family, Mo Tai always wanted to return to the main family. Therefore, when he learned that Mo Rushi awakened her rank 9 primordial spirit, he immediately used the ink language 1,000 miles to send a message to the main family. That was why the main family appeared in Mo Yang City overnight. However, Mo Tai was also very puzzled. He thought that the main family would send an outer court elder, but he did not expect that the main family's young master would come along. And it seemed that this young master's status was very high, at least a direct young master. Otherwise, Mo Phone would not be so respectful to him. The direct young master of the Mo family's main family had a high status, even more terrifying than the emperor of a first-rate empire in the 3,000 small worlds. Mo Tai was born in the Mo family. Although he had been in Mo Yang City for 3 generations, he still had a good understanding of the Mo family. The Mo family, one of the 4 major families in the 3,000 small worlds, was the pinnacle force in the 3,000 small worlds. The 3,000 small worlds were actually a vast continent. On the continent, there were thousands of empires of various sizes, so it was called the 3,000 small worlds, also known as the small Sumer world. In the small Sumer world, the ones who had the absolute right to speak were not those first-rate empires, but the 4 major families. The Mo family was one of the 4 major families. The direct young master of the Mo family had a higher status than the emperor of a first-rate empire. Mo Phone was just an outer court elder of the Mo family, but his strength was actually at the spirit wheel realm. This showed how powerful the Mo family's foundation was. Replying to third young master, everything this subordinate said in the letter is true, without any falsehood. Mo Tai just glanced at Mou and did not dare to look at him a second time. He had a feeling that Mou's strength was definitely above his. Mo Tai's strength was at the 3rd level of Wanxiang, and Mou's strength was at least above the 3rd level of Wanxiang, but he was only 20 years old. A 20-year-old Wanxiang warrior. Just thinking about it was scary. Mou nodded and said indifferently, "Let Mo Rushi come out." When Nietion heard Mou call out Mo Rushi's name, he immediately understood that his guess was right. However, Nietion could not guess what Mou was thinking at this moment. Mo Fong said that Mou was the main family's 3rd young master. This introduction was very simple, too simple. Mou's real identity was the legitimate son of the Mo family's patriarch, and he was also the #1 genius of the Mo family's younger generation, the top genius in the entire 3,000 small worlds. When Yetian saw Mou for the first time, he did not perceive the other party's strength, but he knew that this person's strength was definitely above the true element realm, or even the spirit wheel realm. One had to know that Mou was only 20 years old. With Mou's high status, there was no need for him to appear here. Mo Feng, an outer court elder, was enough to handle everything. However, the news that Mo Tai said set off a great uproar in the entire Mo family, because Mo Rushi had awakened a rank 9 origin spirit. A rank 9 origin spirit. This was simply an origin spirit that only appeared in legends. As the #1 genius of the Mo family, Mou was known as the Mo family's once-in-a-century monstrous martial arts genius. Even so, what he awakened was only a rank 7 origin spirit. Looking at the 3,000 small worlds, a rank 7 origin spirit was already a monstrous existence. Mou did not believe that a branch family disciple could awaken a rank 9 origin spirit. This was simply a joke. With a complicated mood, Mou and Mo Feng came to Moyang City together. He wanted to see if the legendary origin spirit of a rank 9 supreme being really existed. Rushi, Mo Tai shouted. After a while, Mo Rushi slowly walked out. She glanced at Nyetian intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a bad feeling in her heart. You are Mo Rushi? Seeing Mo Rushi's face clearly, Mo was a little stunned, but he was not too surprised. After all, no matter how beautiful a woman was, it was not important in his eyes. The most important thing was her talent. Mo Rushi nodded. Elder Mo Feng, start the test. Mou said faintly, looking at Mo Rushi with a very complicated expression. Yes. Mo Feng bowed and nodded, and a wheel appeared in his hand. Chapter 46. The wheel in Mo Feng's hand was called the Elemental Spirit Wheel, and it was a kind of spirit tool used to test one's elemental spirit aptitude. The Yuan Spirit Wheel was a 7th-tier spirit artifact and was forged using an extremely mysterious Yuan spirit sensing substance. It could clearly test a martial artist's Yuan spirit aptitude. Looks like my previous guess was correct. What should I do next? Nie Tian stared at the Yuan Spirit Wheel, his mind rapidly changing. He knew that if Mo Rushi's elemental spirit aptitude was really at the 9th tier, it would be impossible for her to survive. Then, Mou and Mo Feng would definitely bring Mo Tai and Mo Rushi back to their clan. This also meant that Nie Tian and Mo Rushi would be separated for a while. So I really did fall in love with this little beauty. Feeling the reluctance in his heart, Nie Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Initially, he thought that after being deceived by Luo Zian, he wouldn't believe in feelings so easily anymore. However, he didn't expect that in just a few days, he would develop such a deep bond with Mo Rushi. Should I let her go? Nie Tian was conflicted. Nie Tian was not the opponent of Mou and Mo Feng at the moment, but he had his own way to keep Mo Rushi here. In his previous life, Nie Tian was an all-rounder. Not only had he reached the peak of the Tao of alchemy, but he was also quite accomplished in the Tao of smithing. He was very clear about the principles of the Yuan Spirit Wheel's test. As long as he was willing, he could test Mo Rushi's Yuan spirit to any level with just a little trick. If Mo Rushi's true spirit aptitude was at the 1st rank or below the 4th rank, then Mou and Mo Feng would not be interested. Nie Tian. Just as Nie Tian was thinking quickly, Mo Rushi's gaze fell on him. Her beautiful eyes were like sapphires, revealing the shyness and cuteness of a young girl. She was delicate and pitiful, making others want to take pity on her. Mo Rushi poured a strand of elemental energy into the wheel of elemental energy. Mo Feng walked over and said calmly, after a martial artist's origin spirit awakened, their origin energy would have an origin spirit attribute. As long as a martial artist's origin energy was tested, they would be able to determine their origin spirit aptitude. Mo Rushi was not in a hurry to act. Instead, She kept looking at Nyetian. Nyetian also looked over, and in that instant their eyes met. Nyetian's mind went blank for a moment before he suddenly understood everything and nodded at Mo Rushi. Mo Rushi smiled sweetly and injected a surge of Yuan Qi into the Yuan spiritual wheel. The Yuan spirit wheel was stimulated by the Yuan Qi, and it flashed for a moment before it began to rotate slowly. Mo Tai, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the Origin spirit wheel. They didn't notice that there was another surge of Origin Qi mixed in. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 laps. Mo Tai's forehead was covered in beads of sweat as he counted the number of revolutions of the Yuan spirit wheel. Every time the elemental spirit wheel rotated, it meant that his elemental spirit aptitude had risen by a level. He only knew from Yetian that Mo Rushi's origin spirit was at the 9th rank, but he did not have much confidence in his heart. If Mo Rushi wasn't a rank 9 origin spirit, then Mo Tai would have been guilty of lying to the main family. Although he wouldn't die, his branch family would forever lose the hope of returning to the main family. 7 rounds. When the Yuan spirit wheel rotated for the 7th round, Mo Tai became excited, and his eyes looked as though they could shoot out fire. Mo Feng also had a shocked look on his face, and his mouth was wide open as though he had swallowed an egg. Mo Yu frowned slightly, and his gaze was very complicated. Mo Yu, it seems like your jealousy is not small. Nyetian captured Mo Yu's reaction and said in his heart, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." A rank 7 origin spirit isn't too heaven-defying, so let's leave it at that. After Nyetian finished speaking, the speed of the Yuan spirit wheel's revolutions slowed down, and it stopped at the 7.5 circle. It stopped, Mo Tai exclaimed in shock. 7.5 circles, not 9. As he spoke, he looked at Nyetian. Nyetian smiled faintly, and he had an innocent look on his face. Of course, Mo Tai didn't suspect that Nyetian did something to the Yuan spirit wheel. His gaze was asking Nyetian, "Didn't you say it was a rank 9 origin spirit? Why is it only at the rank 7? Mo Rushi's 9 Heavens God Phoenix was indeed a rank 9 origin spirit. The reason why the test results stopped at 7.5 circles was because Nyetian had mixed his spirit energy with Mo Rushi's spirit energy. Nyetian saw that Mo Yu was a narrow-minded person. He was the kind of person who couldn't tolerate others being better than him. If Mo Rushi's origin spirit was at the rank 9, she would definitely be persecuted by Mo Yu when she returned to the main family. Nyetian let Mo Rushi's origin spirit turn into the rank 7, which was both talented and not too heaven-defying. It was a level that both sides could accept. Rank 7 origin spirit. Suddenly, Mo Feng laughed and shouted, "It's actually a rank 7 origin spirit. It seems that my Mo family is going to have another peerless genius." That was great. Huh. Mo Feng didn't care whether Mo Rushi's origin spirit aptitude was at the rank 7 or rank 9. In his eyes, there was not much difference between the rank 7 or rank 9. They were all monstrous geniuses. Even if Mo Rushi's origin spirit was only at the rank 6, it was enough for Mo Tai's branch to return to the main family. Phew. Seeing Mo Feng's ecstasy, Mo Tai breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Rank 7? Just SOSO. Mo Rushi's origin spirit test result was the rank 7, which also made Mo Yu breathe a sigh of relief. If Mo Rushi's origin spirit was really at the rank 9, Mo Yu would certainly not have such an indifferent reaction. The title of the Mo family's number 1 genius must not be taken away by others. In Mo Yu's view, the current Mo Rushi was not much of a threat to him. After all, the latter was already 16 years old and had wasted a lot of precious cultivation time. It was almost impossible for her to catch up. Seeing Mo Yu's reaction, Nyetian also breathed a sigh of relief. He had just made a decision to temporarily let Mo Rushi return to the main family, which would be of great help to her cultivation. It was also a good result for Nyetian at present. Good. Very good. Mo Feng took back the wheel of origin spirit and said to Mo Tai, "Mo Tai, Miss Rushi's origin spirit aptitude is very excellent. Now, the main family invites you to take Miss Rushi back to the main family. Are you willing? Willing. I am willing. Emotai was stunned, but the next moment, he reacted and almost went crazy. Returning to the main family, this was the dream of Emotai's grandfather, father, and himself 3 generations. Every day in Moyong City, Emotai never stopped thinking about returning to the main family. So when he learned that Emo Rushi had awakened a rank 9 origin spirit, he immediately reported it to the main family. Today, this lifelong wish had finally come true. How could he not be excited? He was about to cry. Return to the main family? Emotai was very excited, but Emo Rushi was like she was struck by lightning. She suddenly came to her senses and said, I don't want to go back. I want to stay in Moyong City. Emo Rushi's tears were about to flow as she turned to look at Nyetian. Rushi, don't make trouble, Emotai hurriedly said. He did not want anything to go wrong at this time. I don't want to go back to the main family, Emo Rushi stubbornly said. Tears mixed with rainwater flowed down her cheeks as she suddenly ran to Nyetian and said, I want to be with Nyetian. I want to be with Nyetian. When Emo Rushi's words fell, everyone was stunned. Even Nyetian was stunned. Nyetian knew that although Emo Rushi looked cold on the surface, she was a cute and shy girl. To be able to say such words in front of everyone, it showed how much courage she had. Emotai. Emo Phone glanced at Emotai. Nonsense. Emotai growled in a deep voice. He was very grateful to Nyetian for helping Emo Rushi awaken her origin spirit, and he was also very grateful to Nyetian for everything he had done for the City Lord's mansion. But if Nyetian wanted to take Emo Rushi away, then there was only one word: impossible. Right now, Emo Rushi was not only Emotai's daughter, but also his entire hope. If Nyetian wanted to take Emo Rushi away, Emotai would definitely treat him as an enemy. What Emotai did not know was that Nyetian did not even think of taking Emo Rushi away at this moment. Otherwise, he could totally turn Emo Rushi's origin spirit into a Tier 1 origin spirit. Rushi. Nyetian took a step forward and pulled Emo Rushi into his embrace, quietly injecting a stream of essence energy into her body. Nyetian knew that after Emo Rushi returned to the main family, she would definitely undergo another origin spirit aptitude test. His essence energy could exist in Emo Rushi's body for a month, and the next time Emo Rushi's origin spirit aptitude test, she would still be at Tier 7. Nyetian, I like you. Emo Rushi bit her lips and bravely said the words in her heart. Nyetian nodded his head heavily and said loudly, Rushi, I like you too. I promise you, you will definitely become my woman in this life. Are you speaking the truth? Emo Rushi felt like she was in a dream, her beautiful eyes sparkling with sparkling brilliance. Nyetian straightened his chest and said in a clear voice, I, Nyetian, will fulfill the words that I, Nyetian, have said before. Even if heaven and earth were to collapse, I will definitely fulfill them. I believe you. Emo Rushi's sparkling eyes were filled with joy as she nodded obediently. A stream of essence energy surged out from Nyetian's palm, blocking the torrential rain. His eyes stared at the beautiful girl in front of him, and suddenly, he cupped her face and lowered his head to kiss her. At this moment, heaven and earth spun, and everything became empty. The surrounding people no longer existed, and the bloody torrential rain seemed to have stopped. Emo Phone looked at the scene in front of him, and his brows furrowed like a pineapple skin. His expression was extremely ugly. Emotai sighed softly and said in his heart, Nyetian, I know that this is unfair to you, but this time we, father and daughter, owe you. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely make it up to you. Emotai did not take Nyetian's promise seriously, and he only treated it as the arrogant words of a young man. Moreover, he believed that Nyetian did not know how terrifying the Emo family's main family was. With Emo Rushi's departure, the two of them might never meet again in this lifetime. not knowing how long had passed, for pairs of blazing red lips finally separated. Mo Rushi's little face was as red as a cherry, as if water could be squeezed out with a light touch. Nyetian nodded and said, "Rushi, my current strength is too weak. If you follow me, I can't protect your safety. You and City Lord Mo go back to the Mo family's main family first. I promise you that I'll definitely look for you within 3 years. At that time, no one can separate us, not even the heavens." Mo Rushi looked at Nyetian with a serious expression. Tears once again appeared in her beautiful watery eyes, but she finally nodded. Mo Rushi certainly knew that Mo Feng and Mo Yu were too powerful. If she did not go back with them today, not only would Nyetian be in danger, but even Mo Tai would also find it hard to escape the blame. Chapter 47. Nyetian frowned slightly when he heard Mo Feng's ridicule, and he said coldly, "I'm talking to my woman. Is it your turn to interrupt? Besides, what does it have to do with you whether I'm arrogant or not? Stinking brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Mo Feng's voice was cold, and a faint aura surged out from his body, pressing down on Nyetian. "Elder, please show mercy." When Mo Tai saw Mo Feng pressuring Nyetian with his aura, he immediately tensed up and said, "Nyetian doesn't have any evil intentions, he's just a bit impulsive. We are indebted to him, and Rushi's origin spirit was only able to awaken with his help. Tonight's incident at the City Lord's mansion was also thanks to him. Please don't be angry, Elder." Nyetian looked at Mo Feng indifferently, and with a shake of his body, he dispersed all of Mo Feng's imposing aura and said indifferently, "Do you know who you're talking to? Young man, you are the first to dare to speak like this in front of I." Mo Feng's expression changed, and a dense killing intent enveloped Nyetian. He originally thought that Nyetian would pee his pants or collapse to the ground after being locked on by his killing intent. However, Mo Feng had never imagined that Nyetian would actually be like a rock, and he didn't react at all. This boy is rather strange. A mere second-level origin spirit martial artist actually doesn't fear my aura oppression. Mo Feng was calm on the surface, but he was incredibly shocked in his heart. "Old man, you're the first one who dares to speak like this in front of this young master." Nyetian didn't back down at all. Facing Mo Feng's sharp killing intent, he remained calm and composed. Mo Feng could sense the overbearing confidence in Nyetian. His expression turned stiff as if he was thinking about something. The next moment he said, "It's good for a young man to have a backbone, but it's not necessarily a good thing if it's too tough. A mere second-level essence spirit ant, not going to cultivate properly, but blindly pursuing some things that he shouldn't be pursuing. Let this old man give you a piece of advice. You shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. Otherwise, you'll suffer instead." Nyetian frowned slightly. He was no fool, so he naturally heard the malicious ridicule in Mo Feng's words. Mo Feng glanced at Nyetian and continued, "Miss Ru, she will soon return to the Mo family's main branch and follow third young master, and this elder to Sumi spirit capital. From now on, you and Miss Rushi are destined to be people of two different worlds. The gap between the two of you will only grow bigger and bigger. She is a phoenix that soars in the ninth heaven, and you are just a loach that rots in the mud. If you really like her, then don't be her stumbling block. Right now, you're just a burden to her. So this old man advises you to let go as soon as possible." "Let go." Nyetian shook his head with a smile and said indifferently, "I, Nyetian, am not a greedy person. I don't want things that don't belong to me. What belongs to me, I won't let go even if I die. If Rushi doesn't love me, I will definitely let her go. If she loves me, and I happen to love her, then I will never let go. Nyetian, I love you." Mo Rushi looked at the resolute face of the young man in front of her and said emotionally, "If you don't let go, I won't let go." Mo Feng's brows wrinkled even deeper. Looking at the two people in front of him, he didn't know what to say. The words that were originally meant to attack Nyetian turned into a solemn pledge of eternal love in the other party's mouth, making Nyetian and Mo Rushi's hearts closer together. "You're called Nyetian?" Suddenly, Mou floated down from the roof, looked at Nie Tian, and faintly asked. Nie Tian glanced at Mou and did not speak. Nie Tian didn't like others being arrogant, especially not in front of him. Do you know what the Mo family stands for? Mou frowned slightly and asked. I don't know. Nie Tian smiled faintly and said, I don't want to know. Humph. Mou smiled coldly and said, You don't know. That's why you dare to say what you just said. Now, I will tell you what the Mo family stands for. After a pause, Mou's face was arrogant as he said in a loud voice, The Mo family stands for a strength that you simply can't imagine. The Mo family stands for a height that you can never reach. The Mo family stands for a gap that you can never cross in your life. The Mo family also stands for the fact that you can never see Mo Rushi again. Each sentence was louder than the last, and more imposing than the last. But in the eyes of Nie Tian, Mou at this time was completely an idiot. The phrase frog at the bottom of a well, a sparrow under the eaves, was specifically used to describe this kind of person. Just a young master of a family in a small Sumeru world. Nie Tian really didn't know where Mou got such shameless confidence. Seeing that Nie Tian didn't speak, Mou smiled coldly and said, Nie Tian, now you know what the Mo family stands for. Nie Tian shook his head slightly and said in his heart, Now I know that the Mo family stands for a basket full of idiots. The reason why Nie Tian didn't say this sentence was that he was worried about Mo Tai and Mo Rushi being present. After thinking for a while, Nie Tian suddenly looked up at Mou, smiled playfully, and said, Since you said so much about the Mo family, I'm really a little interested. How about this? Let's make an agreement. 3 years later, I'll go to Sumeru Spiritual Capital to find you. At that time, we'll have a life and death battle. How about it? For the first time, Nie Tian took the initiative to issue a challenge, because he really couldn't stand Mou's arrogance. Mou smiled disdainfully and said proudly, I'm currently at the 9th level True Essence realm, and you're just at the 2nd level Origin Spirit realm. The disparity between us is like the difference between clouds and mud, the difference between a dragon and a bug. What right do you have to challenge me? With your talent, forget about 3 years. Even if it's 30 years or 300 years, you're still an ant in front of me. As long as I want to, I can crush you to death with a little finger. Why should I accept your challenge? Essence Spirit Realm, Myriad Phenomenon Realm, Giant Spirit Realm, True Essence Realm. The difference between Nie Tian and Mou is 3 major realms. Wanting to catch up within 3 years, anyone would think that this was something impossible. It was also no wonder that Mou would have such a reaction. However, Nie Tian was very confident that he could definitely catch up to Mou within 3 years, and might even surpass the other party. What Nie Tian needed the most right now was time. As long as he was given time, any genius would be trampled underfoot by him. Mou reaching the 9th level True Essence realm at the age of 20 was indeed regarded as amazingly talented. However, compared to Nie Tian's talent in his previous life, there was still a long way to go. One had to know, the previous life's Nie Tian was already a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist at the age of 20, abnormal until it made people's hair stand on end. Facing Mou's contemptuous attitude, Nie Tian smiled calmly and said, I admit that I'm not your opponent right now, but I also won't think that you're a flood dragon, and I'm a bug. If you're really a flood dragon, then you shouldn't be afraid of the challenge of a bug. Is it necessary for me to accept your challenge? Mou smiled sinisterly. He was not a 3-year-old child. Of course, he would not fall for Nie Tian's provocation. Indeed, in anyone's opinion, there was no need for Mou to accept the challenge, because the two were not on the same level at all. Third young master, there's no need to talk nonsense with an arrogant fool. Let's go. Mo Feng glanced at Nie Tian disdainfully. He did not want to talk nonsense anymore, and said directly, Rushi, let's go. Mou did not want to stay, and shouted to Mo Rushi. Mo Rushi looked at Nie Tian affectionately, and her eyes were full of reluctance. Nie Tian frowned slightly, and suddenly asked, Rushi, after 3 years, I will defeat him. Do you believe me? And I believe you. Mo Rushi nodded directly without any hesitation. Good. Nyetian suddenly smiled and said, Since you believe me, then I must show you. Nyetian took a step forward and said, That genius at the true essence ninth layer. Watch carefully. MOU and Mo phone paused and turned to look at Nyetian. Nyetian raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers. His origin energy instantly gushed out, and suddenly 5 red flames gushed out from his 5 fingers. 9 heavenly fire art burned for me. With a low shout in his heart, the 5 flames suddenly soared and turned into 5 small fire dragons that directly rushed into the stormy sky, rising dozens of meters before disappearing. What a powerful spiritual force! Mo Fong was extremely surprised and suddenly lost his voice. Mou's expression also stiffened, and he said in his heart, Not only is his spiritual force powerful, but his control of fire has also reached a superb level. Even a Tier 3 alchemist cannot compare to him. Mou was not an alchemist, but he had seen alchemists control fire. Even a Tier 3 alchemist could not compare to Nyetian. Could it be that he is a Tier 4 alchemist? A guess popped up in Mou's heart that made his hair stand on end. Tier 4 alchemist that required spiritual force of 40 ranks. Moreover, Moyang City was a third-rate city in a third-rate empire. How could there be a Tier 4 alchemist, and such a young one at that? A teenage Tier 4 alchemist, even in Sumi Ling capital, was an extremely monstrous existence. Nyetian was a Tier 4 alchemist? Absolutely impossible. Nyetian looked at Mou and completely saw through the latter's thoughts. He said with a sneer, Mou, a second-level origin spirit martial artist, is not qualified to challenge you. Then a Tier 4 alchemist is qualified to challenge you. You really are a Tier 4 alchemist? Mou's surprise and shock were written all over his face, and even his body trembled. A Tier 4 alchemist, even in Sumi Ling capital, was a very noble existence, especially when Nyetian was still so young. If he really entered Sumi Ling capital, he would definitely be fought over by those alchemy grandmasters to be their disciple. Mo Feng's expression froze for a moment and finally reacted. He took a step forward and said, This little friend, I didn't expect you to be a Tier 4 alchemist. Just now, this old man was really disrespectful. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, little friend. Nyetian's Tier 4 alchemist identity made Mo Feng's attitude take a 180-degree turn. Mo Feng did not think that Nyetian could become a Tier 4 alchemist by relying on his own strength. He guessed that there must be a super powerful teacher behind Nyetian. Thinking of what Emotai said just now, that Mo Rushi's primordial spirit awakening was due to Nyetian's help, Mo Feng felt that his guess was even more reasonable. Even the Mo family was not willing to offend a high-level alchemist at will. Nyetian glanced at Mo Feng and said in a cold voice, I'm not your little friend. I'm just a small loach rotting in the mud. Mo Feng quickly bowed and said, This old man has made a slip of the tongue just now. Please forgive me, young master. Nie Tianling smiled and no longer talked nonsense with Mo Feng, but asked Mou, How about it? Do you accept my challenge? Third young master. Mo Feng quickly waved his hand at Mou, indicating that he should not agree. The Mo family was not willing to completely offend a high-level alchemist because of a few words. Those old monsters of alchemy sneered at others, but they were closer to talented disciples than their own sons. If Mou killed Nyetian, the teacher behind the ladder would never let go of the Mo family. Chapter 48. Nyetian had proven his identity as a 4th-rank alchemist. So, Mo, you must now face his challenge. Are you afraid? Nyetian sneered. Mou's eyes flashed with anger, and he secretly clenched his fists. After a long while, Mou looked up and said coldly, Since you are courting death, don't blame me. 3 years later, in Su-Mi spiritual capital, I will fight you to the death. Both sides will have their own destinies. No matter what the result is, the forces behind us must not interfere. Good. Nyetian smiled with satisfaction. It's a deal. In any case, there was no force behind Yetion. He was his own backer. How could this be? Alas, Mo Feng sighed dejectedly. He knew that this matter could not be reversed and could only wait until he returned. Those old alchemy monsters were all good at protecting their disciples. Even if he said in advance that life and death was up to the heavens, it would be useless. Elder Mo Feng, I'll go first. Mo was in a bad mood and didn't want to stay for even half a minute. His figure moved and turned into an afterimage as he left. Mo Feng looked at Mo Tai and Mo Rushi father and daughter and said, "Let's go. All the Mo family members of Moyang City's branch, return to the main family with me." "Yes, many thanks, Lord Elder." Mo Tai reacted and was ecstatic. Mo Tai was deeply shocked by the strength shown by Yetion, but he was very puzzled by Yetion's decision to fight Mou. He thought that Yetion's move was very impulsive and almost stupid. Mo Rushi was very confident in Yetion. She walked to Yetion's side, looked at Yetion, and said emotionally, "Yetion, no matter what you do, I believe in you. I will wait for you in Sumi's spiritual capital. You must come to me." Yetion stroked Mo Rushi's face and nodded repeatedly. After a while, Mo Feng summoned a four-winged griffin. The four-winged griffin was a rank 5 spirit beast. It was 100 meters long and landed in the city lord's mansion, crushing many houses. The four-winged griffin's 4 wings slowly fell to the ground like stairs. The people from the city lord's mansion stepped onto the 4-winged griffins one by one. Nie Yuan and the others stood behind Yetion. They did not know how to describe the shock in their hearts. They had seen everything that Yetion had done before, and their hearts had almost collapsed again and again. Now that he saw the rank 5 spirit beast, the 4-winged griffin, he was actually able to remain calm. "Yetion, I have to go." Mo Rushi was the last to step onto the griffin, one hand still in Yetion's hand. Yetion smiled faintly and finally let go of Mo Rushi's hand. "Yetion, I'll be waiting for you. You must come and find me." Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, the 4-winged griffin suddenly took off, but Mo Rushi's voice still rang in his ears. Yetion looked at the gradually breaking dawn sky, sending off the 4-winged griffin with his eyes. He thought to himself, "Rushi, I will definitely come and find you. Wait for me." 3 years later, Yetion would definitely set foot on Shumi's spirit capital. "Clan head, what should we do now?" Nie Yuan looked in the direction where the 4-winged griffin disappeared and carefully asked. Yetion smiled faintly and said, "You go back to the Nie residence first. The city lord residence will remain the same. If my guess is correct, after half a month, the Mo family will send people to clean up the mess. With the Mo family supporting us, Moyang City will be absolutely safe." Yes. Nie Yuan was now almost obedient to Yetion. With Mo Tai gone, the Mo family would definitely send other Mo family branches to take over Moyang City. As for the Bloodbat sect, with the Mo family's people, even if the Bloodbat sect ate 10,000 gallbladders, they would not dare to make a move on Moyang City. Nie Yuan and the others immediately left. At this time, the sky was gradually brightening and the rainstorm was much lighter. Yetion looked at the corpses around him and suddenly smiled. "Tang 13, are you still not coming out?" As his voice fell, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Tang 13. Tang 13 had been hiding in the dark, and everything that happened just now was seen by him. Because of the heavy rain and the smell of blood, even Mou and Mo Feng were not aware of his existence. "Yetion, do you know who Mou is? You actually dare to challenge him. I really admire you," Tang 13 said faintly, looking at Yetion with a touch of playfulness. "You know Mou?" Yetion raised his eyebrows. Tang 13 said, "I don't know him. I've only heard of him. I have long known that he is one of the 3 great evildoers of Sumi Ling City. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation." "You're also a person of Sumi Ling City?" Yetion's mouth hooked up. Sumi Ling City, the center of the small Sumi world. All the great forces and families of the small Sumi world were entrenched in Sumi Ling City. If Tang 13 came from Sumi Ling City, it meant that the Tang family also had a place in Sumi Ling City. Have you heard of the 4 great families of the small Sumi world? Tang 13 asked. Let me hear it. Nie Tian smiled faintly. In his previous life, he was too strong. In this life, he was too weak, so he had never heard of the 4 great families of the small Sumi world. Tang 13 nodded and said, in the small Sumi world, there are thousands of empires of various sizes, so it is also known as the 3,000 small worlds. These empires are divided into 3 levels according to their strength. First-rate empires, second-rate empires, and third-rate empires. The Blue Cloud Empire, where we are now, is a third-rate empire, subordinate to a second-rate empire. And the second-rate empire is subordinate to the first-rate empire. First-rate empires are considered very powerful organizations in the small Sumi world. However, most of the first-rate empires also need to be subordinate to other organizations in order to survive. There are about 40 first-rate empires in the small Sumi world, and nearly half of them are controlled by the 4 great families. The 4 great families are the top organizations in the small Sumi world. In the small Sumi world, the ones who have the absolute right to speak are not the first-rate empires or the first-rate sects, but the 4 great families. The Mo family is one of the 4 great families. Just now, Mo Phone was just an outer elder of the Mo family, but his strength was already at the spirit wheel stage. This shows how powerful the Mo family is. Nie Tian faintly nodded, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Of course, he wasn't surprised at the strength of the Mo family, but at the complexity of the division of power in this insignificant small Sumi world. What is MOU's position in the Mo family? Nie Tian asked. Tang 13 said, MOU is the legitimate son of the Mo family's leader, and he is the number 1 genius of the Mo family's younger generation. He is one of the 3 monstrous geniuses of Sumi Ling City. It is not an exaggeration to say that his status is much higher than the emperor of a first-rate empire. With your current strength, challenging him is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Hitting a rock with an egg? Nie Tian playfully smiled and said, there's still 3 years. Maybe this egg of mine is a dragon egg. I can break out of the egg and become a dragon, soaring to the sky. Tang 13 smiled and shook her head. I admit that your talent is very monstrous. Even compared to MOU, you're not much inferior. However, the Mo family is a colossus. Offending them won't do you any good. Nie Tian smiled and didn't comment on Tang 13's words. Then he suddenly asked, the Tang family is also one of the 4 aristocratic families, right? Tang 13 froze for a moment, then shook her head and smiled. The Tang family is not one of the 4 aristocratic families. After a pause, Tang 13 said seriously, the Tang family is the leader of the 4 aristocratic families. It wasn't strange that Nie Tian could guess that the Tang family was one of the 4 aristocratic families. Since Tang 13 knew so much about the Mo family and MOU, it meant that he was from Sumi Ling City. When Tang 13 mentioned the Mo family, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He was very calm. This meant that the power behind him was not much different from the Mo family, maybe even more terrifying. Combining all of these guesses, Nie Tian guessed that the Tang family was one of the 4 aristocratic families. The leader of the 4 aristocratic families. It seems that the Tang family's power is greater than the Mo family. Smiling in his heart, Nie Tian asked again, what is Tang Hao's position in the Tang family? You don't know who Tang Hao is? Tang 13 was speechless. Then, he said, it's your teacher who is looking for Tang Hao, right? Tang 13 knew that Nie Tian was a level 4 alchemist. Naturally, he thought that Nie Tian had a terrifying teacher behind him. Yes, Nie Tian nodded. After hesitating for a moment, Tang 13 said, Tang Hao is the Tang family leader. I don't know why your teacher is looking for Tang Hao, but I know that without my help, you won't be able to meet Tang Hao. Tang family leader? Nie Tian was a little surprised. He didn't think that his youngest disciple was already a famous person in the mini-Sumi world. Tang Hao's status is very high. However, You are very lucky to have met me. Tang 13 thought that Nye Tian was scared by Tang Hao's identity and smiled faintly. Yes, I am very lucky. Nye Tian nodded. In his heart, he thought, it's been 100 years, and Tang Hao is still in the mini-sumi world. As his teacher, I feel ashamed. Of Nye Tian's 9 great disciples, which one of them wasn't a giant in the heaven realm? Perhaps only the youngest Tang Hao was still struggling in the mini-sumi world. The others must be in a higher world. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on Tang Hao. After all, when Nye Tian died, he was only a teenager. He didn't even have the chance to listen to Nye Tian's teachings. However, Tang Hao's identity was passable. At least in the mini-sumi world, he was at the peak of existence. After all, the Tang family was the head of the 4 aristocratic families. They were even more powerful than the Mo family. Tang 13, what's your relationship with Tang Hao? Nye Tian raised his head and asked. Tang Hao was the Tang family leader. Tang 13 was at least a direct descendant of the Tang family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to meet Tang Hao. I can't say. Tang 13 smiled slyly. Her gaze swept across the room. Her eyes lit up. She picked up a token from the ground and smiled. I got the bloodbat token. Nye Tian was slightly stunned. The bloodbat token must have fallen from Xiongba's body. However, Xiongba had already become a pile of meat. The bloodbat token was what Tang 13 needed. Only with the bloodbat token could she enter the headquarters of the bloodbat sect. Nye Tian, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Tang 13 put away the bloodbat token and said to Nye Tian, where are you going? Knowing that Tang 13 and Tang Hao's relationship wasn't ordinary, Nye Tian was a bit more concerned. The imperial city of the Blue Cloud Empire, Blue Cloud City. Tang 13 smiled faintly. She gazed at the horizon and said in her heart, Tang Yu, wait for me. I'll definitely find you. You want to go to the headquarters of the Bloodbat sect? Nye Tian remembered that the headquarters of the Bloodbat sect was in Blue Cloud City. Tang 13 holding the Bloodbat token clearly meant that she wanted to enter the headquarters of the Bloodbat sect. He didn't understand. How could a youth from the Su-Mi spiritual capital be related to an organization like the Bloodbat sect? Yes. Tang 13 didn't deny it. She nodded and said, I know you won't stay in a small place like Moyang City. Let's meet again in Blue Cloud City. After speaking, Tang 13's figure moved and disappeared. Chapter 49. A month later, Nye Manor. Strange, 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 strange. Inside the room, Nye Tian looked at the little thing on his palm and was simply dumbfounded. In the center of Nye Tian's palm, a furry little fellow slightly opened its drowsy eyes. The little fellow had a chubby body and a short tail. Its entire body was composed of black and white, looking very much like a bear. But the 2 large dark circles around its eyes made it look without the fierceness of a bear. Instead, it had a kind of charmingly naive cuteness. Especially its tiny size, only the size of an infant's fist, looking like a small ball of fur. The little fellow flipped its body clumsily on Nye Tian's palm. 2 chubby little paws extended out, as if seeking protection. This fellow wouldn't be the legendary Pishio, right? Nye Tian stared at the little fellow in his hand and only muttered after a long time. Pishio was a kind of ancient spiritual beast. Its specific rank was unknown. It was said that it was a direct bloodline of the divine dragon and had already gone extinct during the Middle Ages. Rumors had it that adult Pishio's combat strength rivaled heavenly emperor powerhouses. It was very freakish. Apart from this name, Pishio had another name, Iron-Eating Beast, because this fellow liked to chew on hard things. Bamboo, stones, iron chunks, it would not reject anything. And in another world, Pishio also had a very resounding name, Giant Panda. It was said that it was even designated as a national treasure by an ancient empire. The frost snake gave birth to a Pishio. Really blinded my purple gold dog eyes. Nye Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, very agitated in his heart. The little Pishio on his palm was precisely hatched from the frost snake egg. Frost snakes generally could hatch their shells in 3 days. Nye Tian's frost snake egg used close to 50 days before hatching. Nye had long known that the frost snake egg mutated, but did not think that the mutation was so exaggerated to actually hatch a Pishio. If such a thing were to spread out, it would absolutely be an extraordinary story in the world. The snake race and the dragon race have an inexplicable relationship, and the Pishio is a direct blood relative of the divine dragon. Looking at it this way, the frost snake giving birth to a Pishio is also very logical. Nye murmured. Even he himself was convinced by this reasoning. Let's see what this little fellow's attributes are first. After calming down a little, Nye mental power explored the little Pishio's body, and a surprise in his heart was immediately written on his stiff face. On the body of the little Pishio, Nye felt the aura of two attributes at the same time. One was the cold aura, and the other was the power of the stars. Little Pishio actually absorbed the power of the stars. No wonder its mutation was so exaggerated. Nye suddenly understood. The frost snake's previous mutation might not have been that big. It must have absorbed a portion of the power of the stars. That was why it directly showed signs of atavism and mutated into a Pishio. This little thing, it's sleeping as soon as it's born. The little Pishio fell asleep in Nye palm, causing Nye to smile speechlessly. The rumors that the Pishio loved to sleep and eat were indeed true. Nye carefully placed the little Pishio in his bosom. Right now, he did not dare to put the Pishio in his storage pouch. It would be terrible if it accidentally suffocated to death. After the Pishio grew up a little, Nye must find a spirit pet pouch. But a spirit pet pouch was something even more expensive than an interspatial ring. The current Nye could not afford it. If I put in the chaos origin coffin, will it work? A thought suddenly popped up in Nye mind, but he did not dare to do it rashly. The Pishio was an ancient spirit beast that had already gone extinct after all. If it died all at once, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Nye was prepared to wait for the Pishio to become a little stronger before thinking about it. After a month of bitter cultivation, the current Nye was already a third-level essence spirit martial artist. The power of the stars in his body also already awakened 12 stars. His current combat strength was twice as powerful as a month ago. Of course, Nye did not forget to inscribe astral souls at the same time as he cultivated. A month's time, he inscribed 2 astral souls on the Chaos Origin Coffin, Blood Feather Heavenly Fiend and 8 Remoteness Dragon Roar. The Blood Feather Heavenly Fiend and 8 Remoteness Dragon Roar were even more intricate than the 7-layered waves and other astral souls from before. Inscribing each one took close to 10 days of Nye time. If not for inscribing astral souls, Nye strength could definitely reach the 4th level Essence Spirit Realm, or even the 5th level Essence Spirit Realm. After all, inside the Chaos Origin Coffin, the flow of time was only 1/10 of the outside world. When inscribing astral souls, Nye had to come out from the Chaos Origin Coffin. Hence, he wasted a large amount of time. The reason why he was in such a hurry to inscribe astral souls was because Nye was preparing to leave Moyang City. With 2 astral souls by his side, Nye would also have more confidence when encountering powerful enemies. Originally, Nye planned on leaving very early, but Moyang City's situation was still not stable, hence he was delayed for a month. The current Moyang City had already completely stabilized. The Mo clan had sent out another Mo clan branch to take over Moyang City. With the Mo clan holding the fort, the Bloodbat sect would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Currently, the Nye clan and Mo clan were on good terms. Both clans had taken over the Ba clan's businesses, and the Nye clan was gradually recovering to its former glory. Let's go, it's time to leave. Walking out of the room, Nye stretched his body. He would be leaving Moyang City today. He had already informed Nye Wenyuan. When Nye wasn't around, everything in the Nye clan would be managed by Nye Wenyuan. Nye had concocted quite a number of spiritual pills for the Nye clan. Due to the lack of medicinal ingredients, the spiritual pills were only half-finished products. But to the Nye clan, they were already considered priceless treasures. Clan head. At the entrance of the Nye clan, Nye Wenyuan had already been waiting for a long time with the Nye clan's members. Clan head. Everyone bowed and greeted. Nye Tian lightly smiled. Grand Elder, when I'm not around, the Nye clan's matters will all depend on you. Clan head, what are you saying? I'm also a member of the clan. It's only natural for me to worry about the clan. Nye Wenyuan bowed. Nye Tian nodded. At most a year, at least half a year, I will definitely return to the Nye clan. After saying this, Nye Tian didn't waste any more words. He strode out the door. Nye Wenyuan looked at Nye Tian and said in his heart, Nye Tian, I know that you're not a fish in a pond. I only hope that you can emerge from the abyss like a hidden dragon and laugh at the 9 heavens. Brother Nye Tian, wait for me. Not long after Nye Tian had left, a clear voice rang out. Nye Tian turned around and saw ninth sister, Nye Yuro, running towards him with a small bag on her back. Yuro, what are you doing? Nye Tian looked at Nye Yuro's comical expression and smiled. Nye Yuro raised her little face and said with a serious expression, Brother Nye Tian, Ro, I want to go out with you to gain experience. If someone bullies you, Ro can protect you. Everyone in the Nye clan laughed at Nye Yuro's words. Yuro, don't mess around. The clan head is going out to gain experience. The outside world is very dangerous. The clan head doesn't have the time to take care of you. Nye Wenyuan shouted, trying to scare Nye Yuro. Who needs Brother Nye Tian to take care of me? Who knew that Nye Yuro would be very stubborn? She said with a serious expression, It's precisely because the outside world is very dangerous that Roer is worried about Brother Nye Tian. That's why I want to follow him and protect him. Yuro. Nye Wenyuan was a little angry. Nye Tian waved his hand and interrupted Nye Wenyuan, saying, Since ninth sister wants to protect me, I can't refuse. Let her go with me. Clan head this. Nye Wenyuan had a difficult expression. It was already very dangerous for Nye Tian to go out alone. If he brought a 9-year-old girl, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? That's it. We're leaving. Nye Tian didn't say anything. He held Nye Yuro's little hand and left. Grandpa, Great Elder, goodbye. Don't worry. Ro will definitely take good care of Brother Nye Tian. While walking, Nye Yuro turned around and shouted. Chapter 50. After leaving the Nye residence, Nye Tian put Nye Yuro's little bundle into his storage pouch. Nye Tian, Gidge, where did my bundle go? Nye Yuro asked in confusion when she saw her bundle suddenly disappear. Nye Tian, carrying the storage pouch, he smiled and said, This is a storage pouch. There's a lot of space inside. Your bundle is in the storage pouch. So magical. Nye Yuro's face was full of joy. Nye Tian smiled. When your strength reaches the origin spirit realm, I will give you a storage pouch. Really? Nye Yuro's eyes widened exaggeratedly. She then stretched out her pinky and said, Pinky promise. Nye Tian speechlessly extended his hand. The reason why Nye Tian wanted to bring Nye Yuro was because he discovered that his 9th sister's strength was already at the 6th level of the origin meridian realm. Just a month and a half ago, Nye Yuro's strength was only at the 4th level of the origin meridian realm. To be able to improve so much in such a short period of time, Nye Tian semi-manufactured pills had helped a lot. But it was undeniable that Nye Yuro was indeed a genius. It would be a pity if she stayed in the Nye family. Nye Tian brought Nye Yuro and quickly left Moyang City, heading towards Blue Cloud Imperial City. Blue Cloud Empire, a third-rate country in the small summer world, was only a few thousand miles in radius. Moyang City was located in the extreme south of Blue Cloud Empire, about 2,000 miles away from Blue Cloud Imperial City. If Nye Tian was alone, he could reach Blue Cloud City in half a month at full speed. Now that he brought Nye Yuro, his speed was much slower. 5 days later, Nye Tian and Nye Yuro finally left the province where Moyang City was located and stepped onto the official road to Blue Cloud City. Nye Tian. Gidge, look, Xiao Guai is asleep again. It's so strange. It sleeps all day. Why can't it get enough sleep? Nye Yuro said to Nye Tian as she gently stroked the sleeping little Pai Xiao in her arms. Xiao Guai. This was the name Nye Yuro gave to the little Pai Xiao. In just 5 short days, The little Paishio had grown from the size of a baby's fist to the size of an adult's fist. Along the way, Nyehiro kept chattering nonstop. In order to calm her down for a while, Nyetian took out the little Paishio for her to play with. He didn't expect that the little Paishio would chatter even more incessantly, and Nyetian's ears were about to get calluses from it. Xiao Guai is a Paishio, of course it needs to sleep, Nyetian said weakly. Nyehiro's gem-like eyes flickered as she said, "Why is Xiao Guai a Paishio? Why would a Paishio sleep? Does Paishio want to sleep? Did Paishio like to sleep when it was young, but when it grew up, it didn't sleep anymore? If only I was a Paishio. Big brother Nyetian, I really want to become a Paishio." Yes, yes, yes. I also want to become a Paishio. Nyetian's head was dizzy. He felt as if there were 10,000 goshawks buzzing around his ears. If only I could really become a Paishio. I would have a good sleep, and I wouldn't have to listen to your endless nagging. Nyetian thought to himself, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind him. Nyetian turned around and saw a gorgeous carriage speeding towards him. The person who was shouting was the coachman of the carriage. Dragon horses! Nyetian looked at the two dragon horses in front of the carriage and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Dragon horses were a type of first-rank spirit beast. They were not aggressive and had a relatively large body. Their body length was more than 4 meters, and they could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Those who could use a dragon horse carriage must be the children of large families. The carriage arrived in the blink of an eye. Not only did Nyetian not get out of the way, he walked to the center of the road and stretched out his arms. They were now on the official road to Blue Cloud City. Nyetian guessed that this carriage must be going to Blue Cloud City, so he wanted to hitch a ride. As long as he could hitch a ride, Nyetian would be able to reach Blue Cloud City in 2 days at most. Go, go, go. Seeing that there were people blocking the road, the driver of the dragon horse did not stop. Instead, he whipped the dragon horses several times. The two dragon horses felt the pain on their backs and ran frantically towards Nyetian. Nyetian frowned, and suddenly a hint of green light flashed past his eyes and shot into the eyes of the two dragon horses. Lai! The two dragon horses were immediately startled. Their forelegs suddenly stopped moving, causing a large amount of dust to rise from the ground. The coachman was caught off guard and fell forward, tumbling on the ground. Nyetian just wanted to hitch a ride, but the other party actually dashed over forcefully. The other party was practically trying to take his life. How could Nyetian endure this? He just wanted to teach the driver a small lesson. In his previous life, Nyetian was also a rank 8 beast tamer. Right now, his strength had weakened by quite a bit, but taming this kind of first-rank spirit beast was still a piece of cake for him. Son of AB *TCH, you are courting death. The driver stood up and roared out. He immediately made his move and threw out a punch. The punch was filled with all of his strength, an imposing manner. Nyetian frowned even tighter. He carried Nyehiro, who was beside him, and lightly stepped on the ground with the tip of his feet, dodging the fatal blow from the driver. What a vicious driver. First, he used the dragon horses to ram over. Then he used a killing move. If Nyetian didn't have any ability, he would have been a corpse by now. F***CK. The driver's attack missed, and he instantly became even more furious. He stabilized his body and was about to throw out another punch. Nyetian clenched his fists tightly. If the other party still wanted to be overbearing, then he wouldn't be polite anymore. The strength of the driver wasn't weak. He was already at the 9th level of the Origin Spirit Realm. However, in Nyetian's eyes, it was still not enough. As long as Nyetian was willing, he could completely kill the other party in one move. However, he would need to use his Star Soul. From Nyetian's perspective, using his Star Soul on this driver was really a waste. Stop! Right at this moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open, revealing the face of a handsome young man. Young master. When the driver saw the young man coming out, he hurriedly changed into a respectful look. 5th level of the Origin Spirit Realm. Nyetian shot a glance at the handsome young man and immediately sensed the other party's strength. This young man was only 15 or 16 years old, and his strength had already reached the 5th level of the Origin Spirit Realm. He was definitely a disciple of a large clan. No wonder even a driver was so arrogant. The handsome young man first shot a glance at Nye Tian, revealing a hint of disdain. Then, his gaze landed on Yuro, and immediately shone with a strange excitement as he said agitatedly, "What an adorable little sister! Big brother Nye Tian." Nye Yuro's eyes shone with terror as she subconsciously pulled Nye Tian's hand. "It's fine." Nye Tian smiled lightly, pulling Nye Yuro along as he turned to leave. This handsome young man and the ruthless driver didn't look like good people. Nye Tian didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he chose to leave directly. "Stinking brat. You blocked my carriage and want to leave just like that." The driver was enraged. He took a step forward, wanting to attack again. Chin Sanner stepped down first. The driver called Chin Sanner was stopped by the handsome young man. The latter jumped off the carriage and moved to block Nye Tian. "This brother, my name is Chin Yulong, Blue Cloud City's Chin clan's third young master. My father is the commander of the Imperial Guards, and my aunt is the current empress." Chin Yulong said lightly, but his tone carried the arrogance of someone in a superior position. "Sorry, who you are is none of my business." Nye Tianling replied coldly. Chin Yulong was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Nye Tian's reaction to be so cold. Blue Cloud City's Chin clan was one of the 4 great clans of Blue Cloud City. Blue Cloud City was the imperial city of Blue Cloud Empire and was on a completely different level from Muang City. Chin Yulong's status was illustrious. The reason why he appeared here was because he had gone to a province to visit an alchemist and was now returning to Blue Cloud City. Chapter 51. Nye Tian had lived 2 lives, so how could he not know what Chin Yulong was thinking? Chin Yulong's glabella was gray, and his breathing was erratic. It was obviously caused by kidney deficiency. This meant that this 15 or 16-year-old boy was definitely a 100% lecher. Nye Tian did not care about Chin Yulong's family background. As long as he dared to have ideas on Nye Yuro, even God couldn't save him. "I want to ride just now, but I don't want it anymore. Please get out of the way." After thinking for a while, Nye Tian did not want to cause more trouble and said coldly. Chin Yulong smiled coldly and said, "This young master's carriage isn't something that you can stop just because you want to. Since you stopped my carriage, then you have to get in even if you don't want to." Since the soft approach did not work, Chin Yulong directly used the hard approach. "Oh." Nye Tian looked at Chin Yulong and said with a playful smile, "Then I must hitch a ride with you." Chin Yulong sneered, "If you don't get in the carriage, then there's only one word: death." Cough, cough. At this time, 2 dry coughs suddenly came from the carriage. Nye Tian's face changed slightly. He actually did not notice that there was someone in the carriage just now. To actually be able to hide his aura in front of me, this person is either very strong or has very strong mental strength. Nye Tian became more cautious in his heart. If it was only Chin Yulong and the coachman, he could kill them and directly snatch the carriage. Anyway, this Chin Yulong and the coachman were not good people. So what if he killed them? "Master Gu, please wait for a moment. We will set off now." The person in the carriage was anxious. Chin Yulong hurriedly bowed and said with a very respectful tone, "Master Gu, it seems that there is an alchemist in the carriage." Nye Tian heard Chin Yulong address the person in the carriage and immediately had a guess in his heart. Master, generally, only alchemists, blacksmiths, or spirit array masters would be addressed as such. However, blacksmiths and spirit array masters were rarer than alchemists, so Nye Tian thought that the person in the carriage should be an alchemist. To be able to avoid Nye Tian's mental perception, it meant that the other party's mental strength was higher than Nye Tian's, at least above the 40th rank. His mental strength had reached the 40th level and above. This person was actually a 4th-tier alchemist. Nye Tian was a little surprised. After all, in a third-rate country like the Blue Cloud Empire, a 4th-tier alchemist was definitely a peak existence. "Big brother Nye Tian, let's get in the car." Nye Yuro was very smart. Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, she whispered. But after all, she was still young. She just thought that she could solve the problem after getting in the car. Nye Tian looked at Nye Yuro, trying to think of a way to escape. He knew that once he entered the carriage, it would not be so easy to get out again. Kid, a wise man submits to circumstances. This young master has taken a liking to your little sister. That is a blessing that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. You'd better be tactful and cooperate well. This young master will not treat you unfairly. Qin Yulong smiled wretchedly. His eyes stared at Nieyuro, almost popping out of their sockets. Stinking brat, my young master is the Empress's nephew. If you offer your little sister to my young master, there will be no lack of riches and glory for you in the future. The coachman on the side snickered. Big brother Nietion. Nieyuro tugged at the corner of Nietion's clothes and hugged Xiao Guai tightly. It was obvious that she was quite frightened. Nietion's face was gloomy. It was like a volcano was pressing down on his chest, ready to erupt at any time. I'll offer my ass. Abruptly, Nietion roared in anger. He stomped on the ground, and his body strangely drifted 2 meters away. He threw a punch at the coachman's face. Ah! The coachman was caught off guard. He completely didn't expect that Nietion would suddenly make a move. Immediately, he let out a miserable howl. Several teeth mixed with blood shot out, and half of his face was directly caved in by Nietion's punch. In the next moment, Nietion didn't stop in the slightest. He took another step forward and arrived at a position that was less than 1 meter away from Qin Yulong. Origin energy surged violently from his 2 fingers, and an air-breaking force gushed out, shooting towards Qin Yulong from an extremely strange angle. Stinking brat, you dare! Qin Yulong suddenly realized that the angle from which Nietion attacked was strange. He instantly came to a realization and subconsciously covered his lower body. However, it was already too late. Pooh! An explosive sound of flesh being penetrated could be heard. Ah! Bastard, you crippled me, my. Qin Yulong covered his lower body and subconsciously reached out to touch something. However, what he touched was a pile of meat paste. Nie Tianling laughed and said, I made you unable to be a man. This way, you won't be able to harm others anymore. Kill him. Quickly kill him for me. Qin Yulong instantly went crazy. He pointed at Nietion and shouted. That coachman reacted and immediately rushed over with a furious roar. Divine War Imperial Fist. Nietion instantly activated the power of 10 stars in his 10th elemental meridian and punched out. A clear shadow of a fist shot out. The coachman was hit by the shadow of the fist and flew into the air. When he landed on the ground, he died on the spot. The coachman's strength was at the 9th level of the Origin Spirit Realm. However, his true battle prowess was much weaker than the Ba clan's patriarch, Ba Wuli. Nietion's battle prowess had more than doubled compared to before. It was more than enough for him to instantly kill a heavily injured coachman. Trash! Right at this moment, a cold shout came from within the carriage. Soon after, a black-clothed figure flew out at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! He still made his move. Nietion stabilized his body and stood in front of Nieyuro to protect her. Gu Sanso struck out with his palm. It actually faintly brought along the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings. The palm wind was incomparably sharp as it attacked towards Nietion. With Nieyuro behind Nietion, he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. Nietion circulated all the elemental meridians in his body. The primal chaos original coffin followed suit, activating 100% of his strength. He suddenly struck out with his fist and met Gu Sansu's attack head-on. Bang! The fist and palm collided, causing a loud explosion. Nietion was directly sent flying. He drew a 5 to 6 meter long trench on the ground before he barely managed to stop himself. The full-strength attack of a 3rd-level Wanxiang martial artist is indeed extraordinary. Nietion stabilized his body. His face was flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did his expression return to normal. Gu Sanso was a 3rd-level Wanxiang martial artist. Moreover, he was also a Tier 4 alchemist. Gu Sansu's expression was not one of joy, but one of astonishment. He had never imagined that a trash at the 3rd level of the Origin Spirit Realm could actually block his full-strength attack. This was like a slap to his face. Grandmaster Gu, quickly kill him for this young master. Qin Yulong shouted crazily when he saw Gu Sanso attack. "Idiot, shut up!" Gu Sanso glared at Qin Yulong coldly. He did not give any face to the Empress's nephew. If it was not for Qin Yulong's special status, Gu Sanso would have personally ended his life. These young masters of the great clans were each more useless than the last. Yet, they still acted as if they were the boss of the heavens and the earth. They were really stupid. "Brat, what martial technique did you use just now?" Gu Sanso did not rush to attack again. Instead, he frowned and asked. As a Tier 4 alchemist, Gu Sanso's spiritual perception far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. He could tell that the reason why Nie Tian could block his full-strength attack was because of his own strength and the martial technique he used. Gu Sanso felt that Nie Tian's previous punch was at least a profound ranked martial technique, or even an earth-ranked martial technique. Chapter 52. Martial arts were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Each rank was further divided into 3 levels, a total of 4 ranks and 12 levels. Martial arts were extremely important to a martial artist. Not only did they affect their cultivation speed and battle prowess, but they also affected their future achievements. Because of this, martial arts were extremely valuable and could be sold for sky-high prices in various auctions. As for high-grade martial arts, they could not be bought even at a sky-high price. They were the inheritance of the great clans, and their value could not be measured by money. Generally speaking, a low-grade, yellow-grade martial art was enough for a clan to establish a foothold in a small third-rate city. A higher-grade martial art could allow a clan to expand to a larger city. Even the royal family of the Blue Cloud Empire only had a mystic-grade martial art. Gu Sanso could feel that the martial art Nie Tian was using was of a higher grade, so he was extremely interested. If he could obtain a mystic-grade martial art or even earth-grade martial art from Nie Tian, he would have made a huge profit. Gu Sanso did not know that the martial art Nie Tian used was the Imperial War Fist of the 9 Extremities War God formula, a super heaven-ranked martial art. Nie Tianling looked at Gu Sanso coldly and said, "Old dog, you are not qualified to know my martial art." Nie Tian was slightly injured by Gu Sanso's punch, but it was not fatal. There was an entire realm difference between him and Gu Sanso. If not for the astral energy in his 10th origin meridian, he would have been a corpse by now. Nie Tian decided that if Gu Sanso attacked again, he would have to use his astral souls. At this moment, the Primal Chaos original coffin had 2 astral souls, the Blood Feather Heavenly Annihilation and the Roar of the 8 Desolations. Even if he could not kill Gu Sanso, he could still force him to retreat and buy time for Nie Tian to escape. Little friend, do you know that I was a 4th-grade alchemist? Even if you're stupid, you should know what it means to be a 4th-grade alchemist. As long as you hand over your martial art, not only will I spare you, but I will also make an exception and accept you as my personal disciple. How about it? Gu Sanso did not give up and began to persuade Nie Tian patiently. Seeing that Nie Tian was young, he believed that if he revealed his identity, he would be able to convince Nie Tian to be able to acknowledge a Tier 4 alchemist as a direct disciple. This was something that many people yearned for even in their dreams. Grandmaster Guyu. Qin Yulong was immediately enraged. The reason why the Qin family invited Gu Sanso over was so that he could become a disciple of the latter. But now, Gu Sanso had taken a disciple himself. "Shut up." Gu Sanso glared at Qin Yulong, forcing the latter to swallow his words. Qi. Originally, he thought that Nie Tian would hurriedly agree. Who knew that Nie Tian would actually laugh? And it was a very contemptuous laugh. "Stinking brat, what are you laughing at?" Gu Sanso's expression darkened as he scolded. Nie Tian laughed for a long time before he finally stopped and scolded. "Old dog, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You have a big beard, and you're only a Tier 4 alchemist. With your alchemy skills, I wouldn't even accept you as my disciple. And you actually want me to be your disciple? You're really shameless." Nie Tian couldn't help but laugh, and he was only speaking the truth. In his previous life, he had 9 direct disciples, 3 of them specialized in alchemy, and even the weakest one was a Tier 8 alchemist. Now, a Tier 4 alchemist wanted to take him as a disciple, and he even put on a benevolent expression. Wasn't this just making him laugh his head off? Stinking brat. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame I for what I'm about to do. No matter how patient Gu Sanso was, Nietion's reaction was enough to drive him crazy. Fire Cloud Palm. Gu Sanso shouted as he reached out his hand, and a ball of flame appeared in the air, pouncing towards Nietion. War God Ling Tion. The sword End Heaven Rend appeared in Nietion's hand, and with a slash, he split the flame apart. At the same time, he quickly retreated, and only then did he manage to avoid a fatal injury. Big Brother Nietion. As Nietion stood still, he heard Nyeyuro shout. Looking up, he saw Gu Sanso holding Nyeyuro in his hand, lifting her in midair. Old dog, let her go. Nietion was enraged, and his eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly. If Gu Sanso dared to harm even a finger of Nyeyuro, even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, Nietion would take his dog life. Gu Sanso laughed sinisterly and said, Little brat, hand over your martial technique, or I'll kill your sister. Don't you dare. Nietion roared, and his entire body emitted a strong killing intent. The killing intent was so strong that it was almost tangible, and it pressed towards Gu Sanso. Gu Sanso frowned slightly, and his heart was filled with shock. What's going on? This stinking brat's gaze. I'm actually afraid? Impossible. I'm a Tier 3 Wanxiang martial artist, and a Tier 4 alchemist at that. Why would I show fear in front of a Tier 3 origin spirit martial artist? It must be because I'm too nervous. Gu Sanso's eyes flashed with shock, but he quickly calmed down. His eyes darkened, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. See if I dare or not. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Sanso suddenly tightened his grip on Nyeyuro's neck from behind. Nyeyuro's face turned red, as if she was going to die in the next moment. Bastard! Nietion gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He was too careless. He didn't expect Gu Sanso to be so shameless as to use Nyeyuro to threaten him. At this moment, even if he used his astral souls, he wouldn't be able to guarantee Nyeyuro's safety. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Nietion's brain was working at full speed. Oh! At this time, a strange cry came from Nyeyuro's bosom, and a small figure leaped out. Xiao Guai. Nietion looked, and it was actually Xiao Guai in Nyeyuro's bosom. Xiao Guai leaped out and bit Gu Sanso's wrist. Ah! Gu Sanso was caught off guard, and he let go of Nyeyuro with a miserable cry. Nietion took a step forward and hugged Nyeyuro. What is this? Gu Sanso let out a strange cry, and when he looked down, he was immediately shocked. A piece of flesh was missing from his wrist. The Pai Xiao, also known as the iron-eating beast, could swallow iron. How could a human's wrist withstand its bite? Furthermore, Gu Sanso was caught off guard. Little thing, I will kill you. Gu Sanso roared angrily, and he raised his hand to attack Xiao Guai. But just as he raised his hand into the air, there was a cracking sound, and a layer of ice crystals formed on his arm. He was actually frozen. Oh! Xiao Guai let out a strange cry, and it took this opportunity to jump onto Nietion's shoulder. Let's go. Nietion didn't have much time to think, and he took Nyeyuro and Xiao Guai with him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Sanso circulated his elemental force, and after a few seconds, the ice on his arm gradually melted, but his entire arm was still numb. What kind of spiritual beast is that cub? Why is it so powerful? Gu Sanso did not recognize the Pai Xiao, and thought that it was just an ordinary spiritual beast, which was why he suffered such a huge loss. Brat, you better not let I see you again, or else it will be the day you die. Gu Sanso stretched his arm and said fiercely, Master Gu, are you okay? It was only at this time that Qin Yulong dragged his bleeding body over. Idiot! Gu Sanso had nowhere to vent his anger, so he looked at Qin Yulong and slapped him without hesitation. Let's go back to the Imperial City. Gu Sanso did not even look at Qin Yulong as he jumped into the carriage. Chapter 53. Nietion carried Nyeyuro and ran for a few hundred meters. After confirming that Gu Sanso did not chase after them, he stopped. Brother Nyetian, are you all right? It's all Ro-er's fault. Ro-er is too stupid. I didn't take good care of Brother Nyetian and even implicated Brother Nyetian. Nie Yuro patted Nyetian's back with her small hands. Her face was full of self-blame, and her clear eyes were about to cry. Nyetian shook his head and smiled. He took a deep breath and steadied his breathing. He said, Ro-er, don't say that. I didn't take good care of you. But I promise you, I won't let bad people bully you next time. Brother Nyetian, you're so good to Ro-er. Nie Yuro suddenly blinked her big eyes and said with a serious face. Nyetian looked at Nie Yuro's cute little face and smiled. I am your brother Nyetian. It's what I should do. And Nie Yuro nodded and suddenly said, when Ro-er grows up, I will be brother Nyetian's wife. Black lines appeared on Nyetian's face. What are you talking about? Just what is this lass thinking about in her brain? Although Nyetian and Nie Yuro were siblings, Nyetian knew that Nie Yuro was not a member of the Nye clan. She was an abandoned baby that Nyetian's fourth uncle picked up in the Breaking Cloud Mountains. Nyetian did not know much about Nie Yuro's background. Nyetian's fourth uncle died 3 years ago at the hands of the Bloodbat sect. After calming down, Nyetian made sure that Gu Sanso and Qin Yulong were far away. Then, he brought Nie Yuro back. This time, it's all thanks to Xiao Guai. Nyetian saw that Xiao Guai had fallen asleep in Nie Yuro's arms and said in his heart. Nyetian saw that half of Gu Sansa's arm was covered in a layer of ice after Xiao Guai bit him. The sudden burst of ice energy was extremely terrifying, comparable to a third-grade spirit beast. However, Xiao Guai was only 5 days old. A 5-day-old cub could erupt with the power of a rank 3 spirit beast. If the little Pishio grew up, it would absolutely not be weaker than a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. In fact, Nyetian had the chance to kill Gu Sanso when he was attacked by Xiao Guai. However, Nyetian didn't want to waste his astral souls. Not only that, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could kill Gu Sanso. If he failed, Gu Sanso would retaliate, and that would be troublesome. Most importantly, Nyetian did not want to risk Nie Yuro's life. Since Qin Yulong is a member of Blue Cloud City's Qin family, his father is the commander of the Imperial City's Imperial Guards, and his aunt is the Empress, then they must have gone to Blue Cloud City. What a coincidence! I'm also going to Blue Cloud City. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Just play with them slowly. Nyetian did not intend to stop here. He was very magnanimous to his friends, but he was vengeful to his enemies. As long as Qin Yulong and Gu Sanso were in Blue Cloud City, Nyetian would have plenty of opportunities to take revenge. Once again on the official road to Blue Cloud City, Nyetian was much more cautious. He no longer blocked carriages that passed by. After walking for half a day, Nyetian felt a little strange. There were simply too many carriages passing by. Could it be that something big happened in Blue Cloud City? Why are so many people rushing to Blue Cloud City? Nyetian was puzzled. Whoosh! At this moment, a speeding carriage in front of them suddenly stopped. Nyetian and Nie Yuro walked past the carriage. Nyetian looked up and happened to meet a pair of eyes that pulled open the curtain. This was a pair of crystal-clear eyes, like the stars in the sky, but even purer, causing one's heart to palpitate involuntarily. Are you going to Blue Cloud City? The owner of the eyes asked timidly. Her voice was not loud, but it was very sweet and magnetic. She was a teenage girl of about 13 or 14 years old. Her features were exquisite, and she looked so pure and lovely that anyone who laid eyes on her would want to hold her in their hands and protect her. Nyetian looked at the girl and nodded slightly. There was no lecherous look in his eyes. Although the girl in front of him was very beautiful and charming, she was still slightly inferior to Mo Rushi. Moreover, Nyetian was not a frivolous person. We're going to Blue Cloud City as well. My name is Xioling, and I'm willing to give you a ride. Is that okay? Xioling, sounded a little shy. She blushed after saying those words. Of course. Nie Yuro jumped to her feet in excitement. Tugging at Nyetian's sleeve, she said, Big brother Nyetian, I like this sister. Let's take her carriage. Nie Tian gave Chioling another serious look to make sure that she didn't mean any harm. Only then did he nod. Nie Tian carried Nie Yuro into the carriage. He was about to get in himself when the coachman stopped him. "Young man, why don't you come with me?" The coachman grinned. Nie Tian looked the coachman up and down. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was at tier 1 of the All Creations, but he looked like an honest man. "Uncle Chioshan, please let him in. It's big inside." "Chioling," Er's voice came from inside the carriage. "All right," Chioshan agreed, but at the same time, he pulled a long face at Nie Tian. He shook his head and gestured for Nie Tian not to go in. Nie Tian smiled faintly and said, "Miss Ling, I'll just sit outside. Please take care of Yuro for me." It was obvious that Chioshan wanted to keep Chioling safe. Nie Tian didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he was willing to sit outside. Nie Tian sat down, and the carriage began to move. Chioshan was a taciturn man, and Nie Tian didn't like to take the initiative to talk either. The two of them were silent the entire way. In the carriage, however, Chioling and Nie Yuro chatted a lot and laughed every now and then. Chioling carriage was made of ordinary horses, so it didn't travel very fast. After a whole 5 days, the carriage was finally about to enter Blue Cloud City. But what Nie Tian didn't expect was that there were thousands of carriages at the city gate. The gate was blocked so tightly that not even a fly could fly in. Do so many people enter Blue Cloud City every day? Nie Tian couldn't help but frown as he looked at the endless line of carriages. Chioshan lit a pipe and took a deep puff. "Young man, don't you know? Tyrant Cloud Academy will be recruiting students in 3 days. These are the people who will be joining them." "Tyrant Cloud Academy?" Nie Tian was confused. Cough, cough, cough. "Young man, don't tell me you don't even know about Tyrant Cloud Academy?" Chioshan choked and looked surprised. He had always thought that Nie Tian was also here to join Tyrant Cloud Academy's recruitment. "I really don't know about Tyrant Cloud Academy." Nie Tian shook his head and answered honestly. At this time, Chioling poked her head out and said, "Big brother Nie Tian, let me tell you. Tyrant Cloud Academy is the #1 martial arts academy in our Blue Cloud Empire. It's the holy land of martial arts in everyone's hearts." "Holy land of martial arts? That's so exaggerated." Nie Tian was stunned for a moment and barely managed to hold back his laughter. "Yes." Chioling nodded and said with a yearning look, "Tyrant Cloud Academy is the best martial arts academy in the Blue Cloud Empire. All the martial artists who graduate from Tyrant Cloud Academy are strong. Ever since I was young, my grandfather had told me that there were endless cultivation resources in Tyrant Cloud Academy, including high-grade martial arts techniques, crystals, cultivation rooms, spirit gathering formation, and everything else. My grandfather's greatest wish for me is to enter Tyrant Cloud Academy, so I must enter it." "You're here to join this academy?" Nie Tian didn't wait for Chioling to continue and interrupted her. Chapter 54. "I don't even know what Tyrant Cloud Academy is. What recruitment?" Nie Tian couldn't help but laugh. Tyrant Cloud Academy, the top martial arts academy in the Kingdom of Blue Clouds, would be recruiting students in 3 days. But Nie Tian really didn't know anything about it. He had only just heard the name of Tyrant Cloud Academy. Logically speaking, Tyrant Cloud Academy was extremely famous in the Kingdom of Blue Clouds, so Nie Tian should have heard of it. Unfortunately, Moyang City was too remote and separated from the rest of the world by the breaking Cloud Mountain Range. Chioling beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly asked, "Now that you know, do you want to join Tyrant Cloud Academy's recruitment?" Nie Tian was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a smile. Although Tyrant Cloud Academy was the holy land of martial arts in the eyes of others, it was nothing in his eyes. Nie Tian naturally had his own plans in coming to Blue Cloud City. He didn't want to join any academy's recruitment. "You really have no interest in Tyrant Cloud Academy?" Chioling was stunned. In her eyes, Tyrant Cloud Academy was the supreme existence in her heart, but Nie Tian didn't seem to care at all. It was really puzzling. "I really have no interest." Nie Tian chuckled. "Sister Ling At this time, Nie Yuro came out with Xiao Guai in her arms. She looked at Xiao Ling, and said proudly, Brother Nyetian is a four-stage alchemist. Even our great elder grandpa is no match for Brother Nyetian. Fourth-stage alchemist. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ling's expressions froze at the same time. They looked at Nyetian in astonishment, as if they were looking at a monster. Nyetian looked no more than 16 years old. If he really was a four-stage alchemist, then he would definitely be a monster. Nye didn't know what a fourth-stage alchemist meant. She only heard about it from Nye Wenyuan, so she remembered it. Nye Tian smiled awkwardly and said, Yuro is just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Nye Tian didn't want to be regarded as a monster. Moreover, his current strength was limited, so it was best not to show off too much. Big Brother Nyetian, Roer, is not speaking nonsense. Grandpa Great Elder personally told Roer this, Nye Yuro explained seriously. Nye Tian said sternly, Yuro, the Great Elder is just joking with you. In the future, you must remember not to tell anyone about this. Do you understand? Oh, Nye Yuro thought that Nye Tian was angry, so she lowered her head and said, if Big Brother Nye Tian doesn't want Roer to say it, then Roer won't say it. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ling looked at each other. It was obvious that Nye Tian was hiding something. Sister Roer, how strong is your great elder grandpa? Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes flashed as she suddenly asked. First tier of Wanxiang. Nye Yuro answered without hesitation. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ling were stunned again. A martial artist at the first tier of the all-creation realm was no match for Nye Tian. This joke was a little too much. Why does this Nye Wenyuan tell ninth sister everything? Nye Tian blamed Nye Wenyuan in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and said, I usually play with the Great Elder, and the Great Elder always goes easy on me. Nye Wenyuan was at the first tier of the all-creation realm, but he felt that if it was a real life and death battle, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Nye Tian. He had only said this to himself, but who knew that Nye Yuro would hear it? Oh, Xiao Shan nodded slightly. He guessed that the battle between Nye Tian and the Great Elder was definitely a battle between the elders of the family and the younger generation, so it couldn't be taken seriously. Uncle Xiao Shan, how long do you think it will take for this long line of carriages to finish? Nye Tian looked at the long line of carriages in front of him and purposely changed the topic. Xiao Shan took a long puff of his pipe and said, It's impossible today. I reckon that we will have to wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The city guards will charge the carriages to enter the city, and this is a good opportunity for them to earn some extra money. They will definitely ruthlessly slaughter these outsiders. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Nye Tian muttered to himself, then asked, Is there any other way to enter the city? Young man, are you in a hurry? Xiao Shan coughed dryly. I need to enter the city to take care of some urgent matters. Nye Tian smiled faintly. Nye Tian planned to first make a trip to the Alchemist Guild after entering Blue Cloud City. It would be best if he could obtain an alchemist badge and become a member of the Alchemist Guild. That way, he would be able to ensure his safety and obtain a lot of cultivation resources. Xiao Shan pondered for a moment, then pointed to a narrow and winding path not far away from the official road and said, That path leads to Mount Tyrant Cloud. Mount Tyrant Cloud is the place where the students of Tyrant Cloud Academy train. As long as you're able to pass through Mount Tyrant Cloud, you will be able to enter Blue Cloud City directly after leaving Tyrant Cloud Academy. Speaking up to here, Xiao Shan paused for a moment. He looked at Nye Tian and laughed dryly before continuing. Mount Tyrant Cloud is very dangerous. There are all kinds of ferocious second-rank spiritual beasts and even third-rank spiritual beasts. Furthermore, there are also people from Tyrant Cloud Academy guarding the mountain, not allowing anyone who isn't from Tyrant Cloud Academy to enter Blue Cloud City. With your strength, it is basically impossible for you to enter Blue Cloud City from Mount Tyrant Cloud. Nye Tian looked at the narrow and winding path, and a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. Shortly after, he nodded and said, I will pass through Mount Tyrant Cloud. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Xiao Shan choked. Looking at Nye Tian, he said in astonishment, Young man, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Nye Tian smiled faintly. Shortly after, he asked, Uncle Qiu Shan, why are you so familiar with this narrow path? Qiu Shan's expression stiffened for a moment, and then he let out a long sigh. Qiu Linger stepped forward and said, Uncle Qiu Shan used to be a student of Tyrant Cloud Academy, and he was once the newcomer king of Tyrant Cloud Academy. However, he was injured by someone later on, and his Yuan meridians were damaged. After that, he left Tyrant Cloud Academy. Nye Tian frowned slightly. Suddenly, he placed a hand on Qiu Shan's shoulder and sent a wave of Yuan energy into Qiu Shan. Young man, you. Qiu Shan let out a cry of surprise. Shortly after, he felt a warm current surging around his body, and he immediately stopped talking. Nye Tian retracted his palm and said, Your Yuan meridians are severely blocked, and it is difficult for you to circulate your Yuan energy. Although you are at the first level of the All Creations realm, your battle prowess is only at the 5th level of the Origin Spirit realm. Have you been feeling pain in your Yuan meridians recently? How did you know? Qiu Shan's body trembled as if he was electrocuted. Regarding his Yuan meridians, other than himself, no one else knew about it. Nye Tian only needed to sense it slightly, and he was able to clearly know about it. It was really very strange. Nye Tian smiled faintly and said, Euro said that I'm a 4th-rank alchemist just now. Although she was wrong, she wasn't completely wrong. I am indeed an alchemist, but I'm a 2nd-rank alchemist. 2nd-rank alchemist. Qiu Shan and Qiu Ling were both shocked. Although a 2nd-rank alchemist wasn't as shocking as a 4th-rank alchemist. However, when Nye Tian personally admitted it, the shock was completely different. Alchemists were existences that were 1 in a million. A 1st-rank alchemist status was much higher than that of an all-creations martial artist, let alone a 2nd-rank alchemist, and such a young 2nd-rank alchemist at that. Sister Ling, did you hear that? Euro, didn't speak nonsense. Big brother Nye Tian is an alchemist. Nye Euro pouted her little mouth, feeling very proud of herself. Nye Tian nodded and said, Qiu Shan, do you believe that I have a way to cure your Yuan meridians? Chapter 55. Qiu Shan jumped off the carriage and knelt down on one knee in front of Nye Tian, saying solemnly, Mr. Nye, if you can heal my injuries, you'll be my 2nd parent. Qiu Shan is willing to serve you as your master and servant for 3 years. Oh no, 10 years. Uncle Qiu Shan, you. Qiu Ling was also stunned for a moment, but soon after, she came back to her senses. She also jumped off the carriage and knelt in front of Nye Tian. Big brother Nye Tian, please save Uncle Qiu Shan. As long as Big brother Nye Tian is willing to save Uncle Qiu Shan, Linger is willing to do anything for Big brother Nye Tian. Qiu Shan's Yuan meridian was injured when he was 20 years old, and it had been 25 years since then. Every day in the past 25 years, he had been dreaming about his Yuan meridian being able to recover. He was very talented, and he was once the rookie king of Tyrant Cloud Academy. If it wasn't for his Yuan meridian being injured, he would have already reached the Giant Soul realm or even True Energy realm. What pained Qiu Shan the most was that if his Yuan meridian couldn't recover, then he would never be able to take revenge. Back then, he was too outstanding and was plotted against by someone, which was why he ended up like this. He still remembered the name of his enemy, Fan Jinwu. However, Fan Jinwu was now the vice principal of Tyrant Cloud Academy, and his status was far higher than Qiu Shan's. Hearing that Nye Tian could heal his Yuan meridian, how could Qiu Shan not be excited? As for Qiu Ling, she grew up under Qiu Shan's care. Although they were master and servant in name, they were like father and daughter. Qiu Ling, lost her father when she was young, so this father-daughter relationship was even more sincere. If Nye Tian could really heal Qiu Shan, Qiu Ling was willing to do anything, even devote herself to him. As for whether or not Nye Tian was willing, that was another matter. Miss Linger, get up quickly. Leave Qiu Shan's matter to me. Take it as repayment for letting me and Euro hitch a ride. Nye Tian quickly helped the two up and said with a smile, Repayment for hitch a ride? Qiu Shan and Qiu Ling stiffened. This repayment was too big. When Qiu Shan and Qiu Ling returned to the car, Nie Tian said, I can't treat Xiao Shan's injury right now. After a few days, I'll finish my business and come find you. Big brother Nie Tian, where are you going now? Xiao Ling asked curiously when she saw Nie Tian getting off the carriage. Nie Tian raised his head and pointed at Mount Baiyan. I don't want to wait here, so I'll go for Mount Baiyan. Let's meet at Tyrant Cloud Academy 3 days from now. As Nie Tian spoke, he gestured for Nie Yuro to get out of the car. Mr. Nie, are you really leaving for Mount Tyrant Cloud? Xiao Shan's expression was grave as he worriedly said, Mount Tyrant Cloud is too dangerous. You should wait here with us. After knowing that Nie Tian was an alchemist, the way Xiao Shan addressed him also changed. Don't worry, a mere Tyrant Cloud Mountain is nothing to me. Nie Tian smiled faintly. Originally, Nie Tian wanted to leave Nie Yuro by Xiao Ling's side. After all, Mount Tyrant Cloud was very dangerous. However, he did not know much about Xiao Ling, and Xiao Shan, so the thought flashed past his mind. Big Sister Ling, we're leaving. Nie Yuro playfully waved goodbye to Xiao Ling. Nie Tian turned around and left with Nie Yuro. Suddenly, Xiao Ling jumped off the carriage and shouted, Big brother Nie Tian, let's go together. Xiao Shan was taken aback at first, but he quickly said, Yes. Mr. Nie, let Miss Ling and I accompany you. We can look after each other. All right. Nie Tian thought for a moment, then agreed. Nie Tian knew that Xiao Shan was afraid that something might happen to him. After all, Xiao Shan's injuries still depended on Nie Tian. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ling packed up and threw the carriage away. The four of them left Blue Cloud City's main road and stepped onto a narrow, winding path. Thorns grew on both sides of the path, and they were several people tall. No one could see the four of them at all. Nie Tian remained vigilant. After walking for about half an hour, a forest appeared in front of them. Mr. Nie, past this forest is Tyrant Cloud Mountain. Tyrant Cloud Mountain is Tyrant Cloud Academy's private territory, and no one is allowed to enter. We have to avoid the patrols and sneak in, Xiao Shan said, pointing to the forest in front of them. Nie Tian nodded. Then, his expression changed slightly, and he signaled for everyone to be quiet. At this moment, several young martial artists in blue slowly walked past the periphery of the forest. Xiao Shan looked at Nie Tian suspiciously and said, They are martial artists from Tyrant Cloud Academy. They are responsible for patrolling Tyrant Cloud Mountain and preventing outsiders from entering. In fact, Xiao Shan was very puzzled. Even he had not noticed the appearance of this group of martial artists. So how did Nie Tian sense them? But when he thought of Nie Tian's identity as an alchemist, he understood. Alchemists were all freakishly strong fellows with abnormal mental strength. Nie Tian walked at the very front, carefully avoiding all the patrolling martial artists from Tyrant Cloud Academy. Considering Nie Tian's current psychic power, if he fully unleashed it, he would be able to see everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Even the patrolling martial artists are at the 9th level of the Origin Spirit Realm. Tyrant Cloud Academy is indeed the #1 martial arts academy in the Kingdom of Blue Clouds. Nie Tian discovered that these patrolling martial artists were not weak. They were basically all at the 9th level of the Origin Spirit Realm, and there were even manifestation martial artists. He was a little surprised. After entering Tyrant Cloud Mountain, Nie Tian became even more careful. At this moment, he not only had to pay attention to the patrolling martial artists from Tyrant Cloud Academy, but he also had to pay attention to the spirit beasts in the surroundings. Xiao Shan led the way at the front. At first, they did not encounter other martial artists, and there were very few spirit beasts. But as they slowly went deeper, the number of martial artists gradually increased, and the appearance of spirit beasts also increased. These martial artists were mostly youngsters in their teens and 20s, and they were basically all students of Tyrant Cloud Academy. Nie Tian sensed a little. These students were all Origin Spirit Realm martial artists. Most of them were at the 3rd or 4th level of the Origin Spirit Realm. Occasionally, there would also be 5th or 6th level Origin Spirit Realm martial artists appearing. These martial artists formed groups of 3 to 5, hunting spirit beasts together. There were also extremely few experts who moved alone. They are all students from Tyrant Cloud Academy's Outer Institute. Today should be the day of the Outer Institute's hunting competition. We have to hurry and leave this place, Qiu said as he quickened his footsteps. Nie Tian did not wish to waste time either, bringing along Nie Yuro to follow closely. Roar! Just as the few of them passed by a valley, a wild roar suddenly sounded out, reverberating throughout the entire valley. What a powerful aura! Qiu could not help saying when he sensed the powerful aura coming from within the valley from far away. Nie Tian frowned slightly and muttered, Rank 2 spirit beast, saber-toothed mystic panther. It's considered an expert among rank 2 spirit beasts. Its strength is comparable to a 7th level origin spirit realm martial artist. Bang! Just as Nie Tian's voice had just faded, a muffled sound rang out. Following that, something flew out from within the valley and landed right at Nie Tian's feet. Nie Tian lowered his head to take a look. It was actually half a corpse at his feet. The head on the corpse was still staring with wide eyes. Clearly, the shock it received before its death was not small. Qiu Ling, and Nie Yuro cried out in shock at the same time, retreating repeatedly in fright. Quickly run. The spirit beast has gone berserk. Panic cries came from within the valley. Several wretched figures scurried out in a panic. Chapter 56. In the valley. A little fatty and a profound black giant cat, over 5 meters long, were in a standoff. The little fatty looked to be 14 or 15 years old. His height was average, but his body was shockingly fat, practically the same length and width. Opposite him, a saber-toothed, profound leopard baring its sharp fangs gave a low growl. Its pitch-black eyes radiated a ruthless and ominous glint. Seeing as the people around him all ran away, the little fatty did not have the intention of running. Instead, he let loose a torrent of abuse. Bastards. Cowards. All a bunch of king cowards. A little black cat scared you guys away? Roar. The saber-toothed, profound leopard seemed to have heard the fatty's insult to it. With a low growl, its body lowered and immediately leaped into the air. Brandishing its 2 sharp steel claws, it pounced down towards the little fatty. The little fatty was abnormally valiant and actually did not dodge or evade. Clenching his fat fist, he forcefully punched out. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared, directly knocking away the little fatty, then dodged agilely. This figure was none other than precisely the Nie Tian who had just rushed over. Nie Tian's speed was very fast, but he was still scratched by the saber-toothed, profound leopard's sharp claws. 3 shocking bloody wounds appeared on his right arm, bleeding nonstop. Nie Tian did not care about the wound on his right arm. Glaring at the fatty, he roared, Fatty, you don't want your life anymore. To dare clash head-on with the saber-toothed, profound leopard, you're simply tired of living. The saber-toothed, profound leopard was a powerhouse among Tier 2 spirit beasts. Its strength and speed were both very strong. If it were to clash head-on, it could even contend with 9th-level essence spirit powerhouses. The little fatty's strength was only at the 1st-level essence spirit realm. To actually want to clash head-on with the saber-toothed, profound leopard, simply not knowing the difference between life and death. The little fatty looked at Nie Tian and actually chuckled and said, I'm going to die anyway. Dying standing is better than dying lying on the ground. Nie Tian was stunned for a moment, nearly being tickled by the little fatty. This fatty's strength was lacking, but his backbone was very tough. Furthermore, what he said was right. With the saber-toothed, profound leopard's strength, it was simply impossible for him to escape. Might as well go all out. Step aside. Leave this beast to me. Nie Tian didn't want to argue with the fatty. He waved his hand, signaling him to step back. Fatty retreated to one side obediently, chuckling as he said, I say, boss, can you do it or not? You're only at the 3rd-level essence spirit realm, just a tiny bit stronger than me. Don't lose your little life if you can't save me. One move. Nie Tian smiled faintly. Then his face turned cold, and his body emitted a sharp, killing intent. The saber-toothed black leopard felt the cold, killing intent and was immediately enraged. It leaped high into the air and opened its bloody mouth. as if it wanted to swallow Nye Tian whole. Nye Tian, be careful. Behind him, Qiu Shan's voice rang out. Nye Tian smiled faintly and pointed out with a finger. An air-breaking force whizzed out and directly shot into the saber-toothed profound leopard's open mouth. Pooh! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The saber-toothed profound leopard's body froze in the air and then landed heavily on the ground. Its entire head was dripping with blood. It twitched a few times on the ground and no longer moved. What powerful strength! Qiu Shan was stunned as he stared blankly at Nye Tian. He could clearly feel that Nye Tian's finger just now was something that even he couldn't possibly receive. Could it be that Mr. Nye can really beat the Nye family's head elder? Qiu Shan was quite shocked in his heart. He suddenly recalled what Nye Yuro said and actually believed a little. Qiu Shan estimated that even if Nye Tian couldn't defeat a first-level Essence Spirit Realm martial artist, he could at least put up a fight with a 9th-level Essence Spirit Realm martial artist. Big brother Nye Tian is so awesome. Nye Yuro ran to Nye Tian's side and shouted happily. Qiu Ling was stunned for a long time before she slowly reacted. My God, it's really one move. Boss, you're simply too awesome. I, Fatty Jean, admire you. The little fatty came to his senses and laughed heartily. He pounced forward and dug out the saber-toothed panther's spirit core. After getting the spirit core, the little fatty walked to Nye Tian's side and chuckled. Boss, I'm Jean DeBeo, a student of the Tyrant Blood Academy. What's your name, boss? Nye Tian. Nye Tian looked at Jean DeBeo's worldly appearance and immediately felt that it was somewhat comical. Little fatty, the saber-toothed panther was killed by big brother Nye Tian. Why do you have to take the spirit core away? Qiu Ling who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore and rebuked him angrily. Jean DeBeo turned to look at Qiu Ling. His narrowed eyes instantly widened and a stunned look shot out from his small eyes. He was actually stunned for a moment. Damn fatty, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Qiu Ling was always an obedient girl in front of others, but in front of Jean DeBeo, she suddenly became unruly. Jean DeBeo suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. This spirit core is very important to me. I have to take it and report to Master. Just treat it as if I'm buying it from Boss Nye Tian, okay? Jean DeBeo was currently participating in the outer courtyard hunting competition of the Tyrant Blood Academy. He needed at least a rank 2 spirit core to pass, or he would face the danger of being expelled from the academy. However, with Jean DeBeo's status, he naturally wouldn't be expelled from the academy. He just didn't want to lose too much face. Then how much will you pay for it? Qiu Ling still didn't give up and asked fiercely. Jean DeBeo hesitated for a moment and chuckled. 10,000 gold coins. Is that enough? Enough. Nye Tian nodded slightly. This Jean DeBeo was really generous, too generous. A rank 1 spirit core was generally under 10 gold coins, and a rank 2 spirit core was under 100 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins could almost buy most rank 4 spirit cores. Big brother Nye Tian, you saved my life. From now on, you're Jean DeBeo's big brother, and I'll be your little brother. I'll follow big brother Nye Tian's every word. Jean DeBeo chuckled, as if he were very familiar with Nye Tian. Mr. Nye, let's leave first. The smell of blood here is too heavy. It will attract other spirit beasts. Qiu Shan said. Nye Tian nodded and said to Jean DeBeo, Fatty, we are going to leave Tyrant Cloud Mountain and enter Blue Cloud City from Tyrant Cloud Academy. Is that okay? No problem. Leave it to me. Jean DeBeo patted his chest and said. When Nye Tian and the others walked out of the valley, they ran into 4 or 5 cultivators running back with their faces covered in dirt. They were the people who had escaped from the valley earlier. When these people saw Jean DeBeo, they all nodded their heads and bowed to him. Young Master Jean, it's great that you're fine. Yeah, it was really too dangerous just now. Luckily, I ran fast. Young Master Jean survived a calamity. You're bound to have a flood of good fortune in the future. The few people had fawning smiles on their faces as they said one sentence after another. Jean DeBeo's fat face trembled as he roared angrily. You guys still fucking dare to come back? All of you are *king cowards. This young master raised you guys in vain. Normally, all of you jump up and down like monkeys. At the critical moment, all of you wilt. Each and every one of you runs even faster than Lord Rabbit. All *king scram for this young master. This young master doesn't want to see you guys again. The few people were scolded until their faces turned ashen. But no one dared to rebuke. These people were also Tyrant Cloud Academy students. Furthermore, their strengths were all at the 4th level Origin Spirit Realm, far more powerful than Jean de Bayo. The reason why they were so apprehensive of Jean de Bayo was that the latter's identity was extraordinary. Jean de Bayo's identity was not simple at all. He was the only son of the capital's richest man. Chapter 57. What are you waiting for? Scram. Jean de Bayo roared coldly. After being scolded by Jean de Bayo, they knew they were in the wrong. Moreover, Jean de Bayo was not someone they could afford to offend, so they all ran away without hesitation. Fatty, are these your men? Tian smiled faintly. He was a little interested in Jean de Bayo's identity. Jean de Bayo chuckled. They're all ungrateful fools. They eat my spirit pills and crystals every day and run away faster than Uncle Rabbit at critical moments. From today onwards, I won't give them even half a spirit pill. Tian nodded slightly. He could roughly guess Jean de Bayo's identity. He must be from a rich family. In fact, it could be seen from Jean de Bayo's 10,000 gold coins for the spirit core of the saber-toothed panther that he was not from a rich family. Tian's guess was very accurate. Jean de Bayo was the only son of the richest man in the Imperial City. Boss, let's go. I'll hand over the spirit core to my teacher first. Then I'll take you to Blue Cloud City. I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you at the first Great House tonight. Jean de Bayo chuckled as he made the arrangements. Tian nodded. He did not object. He had a good impression of Jean de Bayo. From the way he fought the saber-toothed panther, he could tell that this was a fatty with backbone. Since Tian did not object, Qiushan did not object either. The group followed Jean de Bayo toward the exit of Mount Tyrant Cloud. About half an hour later, Tian and the others appear at the exit of Mount Tyrant Cloud. There was an empty space near the exit. A middle-aged martial artist stood there. Many students walked over to him and handed over their spirit cores. Boss, wait for me. I'll be back after I hand over the spirit cores. Jean de Bayo greeted them and ran over excitedly. Tian, Qiushan, and the others waited at the side. Tian began to observe the surroundings. Mount Tyrant Cloud was not big. There was an iron fence at the border with Tyrant Cloud Academy. Every exit was guarded by martial artists to prevent spirit beasts from charging into the academy. Xiuling looked at Tyrant Cloud Academy not far away in surprise. She had long been fantasizing about it. Qiushan's expression was grave. He was previously a student of Tyrant Cloud Academy, and now that he returned here, his emotions were extremely complicated. Stinking brat, it's you. Right at this moment, a sharp and furious howl resounded abruptly from nearby. Subconsciously, Tian turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. Gee, it's actually this guy. Tian smiled playfully. This was really a small world for enemies. The person who appeared in front of him was actually Qin Yulong. 5 days ago, Tian had crippled Qin Yulong's second brother. He did not expect to encounter the latter again so soon. Brat, how dare you? How dare you come to Blue Cloud City and show up in Tyrant Cloud Academy? Don't even think of leaving here alive today. Qin Yulong walked over quickly. His complexion was good, but his temperament had changed a lot. He had become more sinister and had a feminine air to him. Behind Qin Yulong, there were more than 10 young martial artists. The person in the lead was a handsome young man in his 20s. His appearance was somewhat similar to Qin Yulong's. Third young Master Qin. Tian smiled faintly and said, Blue Cloud City and Tyrant Cloud Academy are not your home. Why wouldn't I dare to show up? As for you, you look like you're neither a man nor a woman. Don't come out and disgust people. You dog, you. Qin Yulong's pretty face turned red, and he could not even speak. The reason why he looked like he was neither a man nor a woman was all thanks to Tian. Third brother. Who is this person? At this time, more than 10 martial artists walked over, and the one in the lead asked. He was Qin Yulong's second brother, Qin Yuhu. Qin Yuhu was only 20 years old, but he was already at the first level of all creations. Moreover, he was an inner court student of Tyrant Cloud Academy. Tyrant Cloud Academy was divided into outer court students, inner court students, and elite students. Generally speaking, only those whose strength reached the all creations realm could become inner court students. Only those whose strength reached the 5th level of all creations could become elite students. Small trash like Jean de Bayo, who was only at the 1st level of origin spirit, was an outer court student. Second brother is the person who injured me 5 days ago. Second brother, it's all thanks to him that I became like this. You must avenge me. I want him dead. I want him to die right now. Qin Yulong screamed shrilly, looking exactly like a woman throwing a tantrum. After being turned into a eunuch by Nie Tian, Qin Yulong had long become the laughingstock of Blue Cloud City. Even if he wanted to hide it, he could not hide the increasingly obvious feminine temperament. Qin Yulong wished he could cut Nie Tian into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Third brother, don't speak anymore. Leave the rest to me. Qin Yuhu waved his hand. He could not stand Qin Yulong's shrewish temperament either. Qin Yuhu took a step forward and sized up Nie Tian, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain as he said in a cold voice, I'm very curious. How did a 3rd level origin spirit trash like you manage to kill Qin San, and even escape from Master Gu's hands? Interesting. Nie Tian was similarly cold as he said, curiosity kills the cat. I'm afraid that you'll lose your little life before you figure out what's going on. Nie Tian had long sensed that Qin Yuhu had the strength of the 1st level of all creations. His essence spirit aptitude was not bad, and his battle prowess was very strong. At least, he was much stronger than Ye Wenyuan. Qiushan also sensed Qin Yuhu's strength and secretly broke into a cold sweat. He did not know what grudges there were between Qin Yuhu and Nie Tian, but looking at the other party's aura, it was very hard for things to be amicable. Qin Yuhu could not help but be stunned. He did not think that Nie Tian would be so arrogant. The way he saw it, a 3rd level origin spirit small fry, as long as he let out a casual snort, the latter should have the awareness to kneel down and beg for mercy. Big brother who? You don't need to make a move to deal with a small fry like this. This little brother can take care of him. A martial artist beside Qin Yuhu said fawningly before he even opened his mouth. That's right. A 3rd level origin spirit ant. There's no need for Big Brother who to make a move personally. The others chimed in. These martial artists were mostly at the 7th level of origin spirit and above, completely disregarding Nie Tian. To be able to perform in front of the Qin brothers Yuhu and Qin Yulong. How could they miss such a good opportunity? All right, Lu Xiaofeng. This young master will give you a chance to perform. Kill him for me. Qin Yuhu snickered, saying without the slightest scruple. He knew that Nie Tian was not someone from Tyrant Cloud Academy, and right now, they were in Tyrant Cloud Academy's territory. Even if Nie Tian died here, no one would dare to question it. Many thanks, Big Brother who. That martial artist called Lu Xiaofeng chuckled, as if he picked up a great bargain. Lu Xiaofeng took a step out. His gaze when looking at Nie Tian was filled with extreme contempt. He was at the 8th level origin spirit realm and was very confident. As long as he made a casual move, he could knock Nie Tian down to the ground or even kill him in one blow. Stinking brat die. Lu Xiaofeng gave a low roar. His 5 fingers formed a claw and slashed out brazenly. An azure-sharp claw immediately appeared in the air, attacking towards Nie Tian's neck. Very clearly, Lu Xiaofeng wanted to kill him in one blow to perform well in front of Qin Yuhu. But he thought wrong. Furthermore, it was completely and utterly wrong. Chapter 58. Facing Lu Xiaofeng's fatal blow, Qiushan and the rest had their hearts in their throats. Reckless. Nie Tianling looked at Lu Xiaofeng coldly. After shaking his head slightly, he did not dodge or evade, punching out with a bizarre punch. My hand! The next instant, Lu Xiaofeng's tragic cry like a pig being butchered rang out. The bones of his entire fist were all broken, his flesh a bloody mess. Nietion only casually punched out, not even using any martial technique, only slightly using the power of stars. The current Nietion had awakened the power of 12 stars in his body. The strength in his hands exceeded 30,000 Jin. A casual punch could match a level 9 essence spirit expert. With Nietion's strength, he could completely take Lu Xiaofeng's life with one punch. But he felt that there was no need for that, because in his eyes, Lu Xiaofeng was no different from an ant. Towards this kind of ant that could be squashed to death casually. So what if he spared his life? Lu Xiaofeng hugged his injured arm and retreated subconsciously. His gaze when looking at Nietion was filled with deep fear. He was unable to imagine how a mere level 3 essence spirit martial artist could instantly erupt with such terrifying power. Trash! Qin Yuhu glared at Lu Xiaofeng and reprimanded coldly. At this time, Qin Yuhu started to take Nietion seriously. An opponent who could casually defeat an level 8 essence spirit martial artist was worthy of his attention. At this time, the surrounding people crowded over, all with the attitude of waiting to watch a good show. Boss, what happened? Jean de Bayo also returned. Seeing the abnormal expressions of Qin Yuhu and the rest, he asked in surprise. Nothing much, just a little personal grudge. Nietion smiled faintly. Jean de Bayo's identity was special and had some power in Tyrant Cloud Academy. With him around, Nietion was not afraid of things blowing up. Seeing Jean de Bayo walk over, Qin Yuhu's face twitched, and he said in a cold voice, "No wonder you're so arrogant. So, you're Fatty Jin's man." Everyone in Blue Cloud City knew that the Qin and Jin families were sworn enemies. Jean de Bayo and Qin Yuhu and Qin Yulong also disliked each other and often had conflicts in the academy. Jean de Bayo snickered and said, "Qin Yuhu, you're wrong this time. Boss Nietion isn't my man. On the contrary, I'm Boss Nietion's man." Nietion frowned slightly. Why did Jean de Bayo's words sound so awkward? Qin Yuhu was stunned for a moment. His cold eyes looked at Nietion, and he laughed evilly. To be able to make young Master Jean willingly become a lackey, it looks like your background isn't small. Jean de Bayo could be considered as the #1 figure in Tyrant Cloud Academy. Even though his personal strength was very weak, his family's influence was very strong. Therefore, there was no lack of underlings around him. It was strange that he would take the initiative to be someone else's lackey. Second brother, this kid doesn't have any background. He's just a poor country bumpkin who can't even afford a carriage. Fatty Jean is definitely bluffing. Qin Yulong thought that Qin Yuhu was afraid and thought he was smart enough to remind him. Shut up, Qin Yuhu coldly rebuked. You still have the cheek to say that? Is it very glorious to be castrated by a country bumpkin? Qin Yulong shrunk his head and didn't dare to say anything else. Jean de Bayo laughed and mocked. I was wondering why old 3 Qin has changed these few days. He doesn't go and harass his seniors and juniors anymore. Moreover, he walks with a coquettish air and speaks like a eunuch. So he really has become a castrated goods. The heavens really have eyes. Jean de Bayo's words caused everyone to roar with laughter. Qin Yulong's reputation in Tyrant Cloud Academy was extremely bad. He relied on his family's influence to flirt all day and especially bully poor students. Now that he was castrated, it was unknown how many good girls were spared from his evil claws. Fatty Jean, you're courting death. Qin Yuhu's face sank as he bellowed. Qin Yulong had already become the laughingstock of Tyrant Cloud Academy. But no matter what, he was still a member of the Qin clan. Qin Yuhu naturally had to protect him. Qin Yuhu's body trembled slightly, and he actually attacked directly. A dark golden sword light attacked Jean de Bayo. Qin Yuhu didn't want to take Jean de Bayo's life with this sword. No matter how arrogant he was, he also didn't dare to kill Jean de Bayo in front of so many people. After all, the latter's status was there for all to see. He just wanted to shock and awe, lest Jean de Bayo blabber without restraint and speak wantonly. In the moment of crisis, Nietion reacted extremely quickly. He slapped out with a palm and blocked the sword light in the air. Injuring my lackey in front of me. Do you treat me as if I don't exist? Nie Tianling said calmly. Since Jean de Bao admitted that he was Nie Tian's lackey, then Nie Tian would have to protect him. Although his words were domineering, Nie Tian was very cautious in his heart. He had already seen through Qin Yuhu's move just now that the latter's primordial spirit was an extremely rare sword spirit. A martial artist's primordial spirit was mainly divided into three major categories: beast spirit, wood spirit, and weapon spirit. Beast spirit was biased toward attack and could bring a great increase to a martial artist's strength. Wood spirit was biased towards control, and when combined with other martial artists, it could better reflect the power of a wood spirit. Weapon spirit was the rarest of the three major categories of primordial spirit. Its attack power was the strongest, and it was the most tyrannical existence among martial artists of the same level. Qin Yuhu's primordial spirit was the sword spirit among weapon spirits. The sword was the king of all weapons, so sword spirits were even more terrifying than other weapon spirits. What made Nie Tian even more fearful was that Qin Yuhu's sword spirit seemed to carry a slight mutation, and the sword light appeared even sharper. Nie Tian estimated that although Qin Yuhu's strength was only at the first level of the Wanxiang Adept realm, his true battle prowess was definitely comparable to a third level of the Wanxiang Adept realm martial artist. Arrogant, Qin Yuhu looked at Nie Tian and snorted coldly, roaring, a mere third-level origin spirit martial artist. Even if the strength in your hand is shocking, it's only 30,000 gene of force. This young master is a Wanxiang martial artist, and my primordial spirit is the Tiger Fong blazing sword, the strongest primordial spirit among weapon spirits. In front of me, you're nothing but an ant. I only need one sword to kill you. Finishing, Qin Yuhu suddenly took a step forward, his aura powerful. Nie Tian was not a member of Tyrant Cloud Academy, and he did not have any background. This made Qin Yuhu have no qualms. The origin energy in Qin Yuhu's body surged, and behind him, a huge dark golden sword appeared. The origin energy surged and actually condensed into a solid form, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The primordial spirit of the Tiger Fong blazing sword contained the might of an overlord, fierce and domineering. The surrounding people felt the might of the Tiger Fong blazing sword, and the legs of many people trembled, almost kneeling on the ground. Qiushan subconsciously protected Qiu Ling, and Nie Yuro, looking at Nie Tian with great worry. He admitted that Nie Tian's battle prowess was shocking, and he had surprised him many times. But this time was different. Qin Yuhu's aura was really too strong. Nie Tian frowned, his expression solemn. He had guessed correctly. Qin Yuhu's primordial spirit was a huge sword that contained a strong, killing intent, the Tiger Fong blazing sword. And there was the aura of some kind of spirit beast on the Tiger Fong blazing sword. It should be caused by a slight mutation, making the power of the Tiger Fong blazing sword even more shocking. The Tiger Fong blazing sword was originally just a fourth-tier primordial spirit, but the slight mutation made the Tiger Fong blazing sword comparable to a fifth-tier primordial spirit. Qin Yuhu did not give Nie Tian the chance to think. A streak of primordial spirit energy directly spewed out from the Tiger Fong blazing sword, turning into a dark golden sword light, flying towards Nie Tian's glabella at extreme speed. Just at the instant the sword light was released, a strong sense of threat surged in Nie Tian's heart. Chapter 59. Qin Yuhu's sword gleam was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was hard to defend against and dodge. Few martial artists of the same level as him could escape unscathed. Just as the sword gleam was about to hit his forehead, Nie Tian made a strange turn and shifted his upper body half a meter, perfectly avoiding the fatal sword gleam. Bam! The dark golden sword gleam missed Nie Tian and whistled out, carrying with it the power of heaven and earth. It actually cut a huge boulder 100 meters away. Nie Tian was secretly shocked when he saw this. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, if he was hit by the sword gleam, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. The power of a sword spirit was truly terrifying. The Nye family's first elder, Nye Wenyuan, and Qin Yuhu were both first-level all-manifestation martial artists, but the former's combat ability was on a completely different level. This was the frightening part of sword spirit. Martial artists of the same level rarely had a worthy opponent. Everyone looked at the huge boulder that was cut open by the sword gleam, a chill surging in their hearts. Senior brother Qin Yuhu is indeed an inter-institute student. He can cut open a huge boulder 100 meters away with a casual swing of his sword. How terrifying! That's right. The origin spirit of an all-manifestation martial artist has already condensed into a physical form. Senior brother Qin Yuhu's origin spirit is a terrifying sword spirit. Its power is too shocking. This kid is quite strange. He can actually dodge senior brother Qin Yuhu's fatal strike at such a close distance. What the hell? So if he dodged it, senior brother Qin Yuhu's next strike will definitely take his life. The crowd discussed and evaluated Qin Yuhu and Nye Tian's performance. Mr. Nye, are you all right? Qiu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his face full of shock. He was simply too shocked, not by Qin Yuhu's strength, but by Nye Tian's. Nye Tian was only at the third level of origin spirit. How could he dodge Qin Yuhu's direct attack? This was beyond Qiu Shan's martial knowledge. Qiu Shan, you guys step back, Nye Tianling said calmly. Qin Yuhu's strength was above his expectations. He had to take this opponent seriously. Damn it, where did Fatty go? Suddenly, Qiu Ling turned around and couldn't see Jean DeBeo. She thought he had run away. She stomped her feet and scolded, "Coward! Coward!" Nye Tian frowned slightly. He knew that Jean DeBeo was a hot-blooded person and was definitely not a coward. Something must have happened for him to leave now. At the same time, Nye Tian noticed that in the crowd, a middle-aged martial artist was seriously watching the battle. The reason why he had noticed this middle-aged cultivator was because the latter's strength had actually reached the shocking 9th level of the all-creation realm. He was at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm, only one step away from the giant spirit realm. This kind of strength was definitely top-notch in the Empire of Blue Cloud. Nye Tian guessed that this person was definitely a teacher from Tyrant Cloud Academy. His guess was right. The middle-aged martial artist was called Fan Jinji, and he was the teacher from Tyrant Cloud Academy who had collected the spirit cores earlier. Fan Jinji watched the battle with interest. Clearly, he had no intention of stopping the fight. Qin Yuhu clearly noticed Fan Jinji's existence. Looking at Nye Tian, he said with a sinister smile, "Stinking brat, I have to admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. Merely third-level origin spirit strength. Not only is your strength astonishing, your speed is also ridiculously fast. If you had the same strength as me, I definitely wouldn't be your match. But now you must die." The more shocking the strength that Nye Tian displayed, the more it strengthened Qin Yuhu's murderous intent. Qin Yuhu had a faint feeling in his heart that if he did not kill Nye Tian today, there would definitely be no end of trouble in the future. "Die for me," Qin Yuhu gave a cold cry. The tiger Fong blazing sword behind him spun in the air and directly landed in his hand. He could not care about anything anymore and attacked with full power. He must kill Nye Tian. Overlord's slaying moon. A sword stabbed out. Sword shadows flashed, the aura shocking. A sword light, several meters long, rumbled towards Nye Tian. Nye Tian was slightly startled. Sword absolute heaven-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He dodged to the best of his ability while carefully blocking. But that vast aura still forced him back several meters. Although Nye Tian avoided the frontal force of the sword light, the aura dissipated from the sword light still caused damage to him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The difference in strength between Nye Tian and Qin Yuhu was too great. It was practically a major cultivation realm. This kind of difference was very hard to make up for with talent and martial techniques. The most crucial thing was that Nye Tian's primordial spirit was the primal chaos original coffin and astral soul original cannon. He practically did not have any direct combat ability, just this bit of strength. Qin Yuhu smiled cold. The killing intent from his entire body almost condensed into a solid form, making one feel suffocated. Overlord trampling the heavens. Qin Yuhu's killing intent was set. With a furious roar, he chopped down with his sword. The Tiger Fang blazing sword chopped down from midair. A terrifying sword wave chopped down ferociously. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The terrifying and tyrannical dark golden sword light descended tyrannically towards the top of Nietian's head. War God heavenly slash. Nietian frowned. His body slightly leaned to the side. At the same time, he took a step forward and stabbed his sword towards Qin Yuhu's armpit. Boom! The air whistled as the sword absolute heaven slash released a white sword light that shot out like lightning. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out. Nietian and Qin Yuhu were hit at the same time. Nietian cleverly avoided the sword light head-on. However, his shoulder was struck by the sword light, leaving behind a horrifying wound. Blood gushed out like a fountain. As for Qin Yuhu, he was stabbed under his armpit. Fresh blood dyed his entire arm red. At this moment, all the surrounding spectators were stunned. They were shocked by the strength of a sword spirit martial artist. However, they were even more shocked by how terrifying Nietian was. The shock that Nietian gave them was too great, especially Qiushan. He simply did not know how to evaluate Nietian. He was deeply aware of how terrifying Qin Yuhu was. If he were to fight with the latter now, he would definitely not be able to withstand even one move. Qin Yuhu raised his injured arm. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as though blood was dripping from it. He coldly said, "You received 2 of my sword strikes and still managed to injure me. You should be very proud of yourself. It's a pity that you still have to die. I will let you understand that the gap between us is insurmountable." As he finished speaking, his killing intent became even stronger. The Tiger Fang sword released an even stronger aura. "You really talk a lot of nonsense." Nietian stood still and steadied his body as he replied coldly. At this moment, Nietian's injuries were not light. Fortunately, he had the support of his 10th Yuan Meridian. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to withstand Qin Yuhu's sword attack. Nietian frowned slightly. He was considering whether to use his Star Soul. He had long noticed that Fan Jinji, who was at the side, was looking at him with a malicious gaze. Fan Jinji was the reason why Nietian did not use his Star Soul. Nietian was worried that once he used his Star Soul, Fan Jinji would personally attack. Reckless. Qin Yuhu's expression was malevolent as he laughed coldly. "Next, let's see if you can receive this move. Overlord's death blow." As his voice fell, he raised his hand. The Tiger Fang sword spun in the air and actually transformed into a dark golden image of a ferocious tiger. Nietian's gaze was as cold as iron. He knew that if he could not receive this move, everything would be over. Qin Yuhu's Tiger Fang sword was too terrifying. Its battle prowess was comparable to a third-level Wanxiang martial artist. Nietian glanced at Fan Jinji and roared in his heart. "I can't care too much anymore. I have to use my Star Soul." Qin Yuhu had already gone mad. He swore not to rest until he killed Nietian. Chapter 60. Looking at Qin Yuhu's ferocious expression, Nietian could not help but smile bitterly. He had never thought that he, the war god of the heaven realm, would be forced into such a corner by a manifestation cultivator. Right now, Nietian had 2 choices. He could either use his Star Souls or the 3 seals of the war god. Nietian did not want to cause too much of a commotion. After careful consideration, he decided to use his Star Souls. On the chaotic original coffin, there were 2 Star Souls, Blood Feather Heavenly Roar and 8 Remotes Dragon Roar. The Blood Feather Heavenly Roar was a pair of black wings that exuded an extreme baleful aura. The 8 Remotes Dragon Roar was a lifelike dragon head that exuded an extremely domineering aura. Glancing at the ferocious tiger image above Qin Yuhu's head, Nietian decided to use the 8 Remotes Dragon Roar. Back when he was inscribing the 8 Remotes Dragon Roar, he had spent a total of 10 days. After he succeeded, his mental energy was almost exhausted, because Nietian had spent so much time inscribing the star souls. His strength had risen so slowly that he was only at the 3rd level of the origin spirit realm. 8 remote dragon roar. It's time for you to prove your worth. Nietian did not panic as his lips curled into a faint smile. You're courting death. Seeing that Nietian could still smile at this time, Qin Yuhu instantly felt humiliated. Enraged, he swung the tiger fang sword in his hand. The Overlord's killing blow. The ferocious tiger image formed from the sword light was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, baring its teeth as it pressed towards Nietian with an overwhelming force. The surrounding crowd retreated simultaneously. Just this aura alone was not something they could withstand. Die! Qin Yuhu roared, the origin energy in his body surging. Waves of aura burst forth, becoming stronger and more terrifying. The Overlord's killing blow came crashing down like a huge wave, bringing with it a tremendous force as it crashed down. Big Brother Nietian. Nie Yuro's petite face was filled with terror as she shouted. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ling, Er's hearts were in their throats, not even blinking. At this critical moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Nietian's mouth. As the 10 yuan meridians in his body revolved, the 8 desolate dragon roar astral soul above the primal chaos original coffin sensed something. The tadpole-like runes surged and rapidly transformed into a huge force that surged into Nietian's dantian. 8 desolations dragon roar come out. At the crucial moment, Nietian uttered a furious roar. A strange scene took place. Nietian's entire body surged with terrifying essence energy, condensing into a huge phantom image of a dragon's head outside his body. The illusory dragon head grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 to 6 meters long, and it tightly wrapped around Nietian. Bang! In the next moment, the tyrant's ultimate kill and the roar of the 8 directions dragon collided. Sparks flew everywhere, and it was extremely violent. Waves of terrifying aura pressed down, causing terrifying cracks to appear on the ground. Streaks of deep scars penetrated deep into the ground. It was horrifying. More than a dozen deep pits appeared on the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. However, the tyrant's ultimate kill was unable to break through the phantom image of the 8 desolations dragon roar. Nietian was within the phantom image of the dragon's head. Although the frontal force of the tyrant's ultimate kill was completely blocked by the phantom image of the dragon's head, the terrifying aura carried by the sword light also caused him to suffer considerable injuries. Qin Yuhu's tiger, fang, blazing sword primordial spirit was too terrifying. The power of the tyrant's ultimate kill was even more terrifying. If he did not have the 8 desolations dragon roar astral soul, Nietian would be heavily injured even if he did not die if he was struck by any one of the sword light beams. Qin Yuhu's tiger, fang, blazing sword primordial spirit clearly had a slight change. It seemed to carry a kind of ferocious tiger energy, like the fusion of a sword spirit and a ferocious tiger primordial spirit. It was just that the sword spirit was the dominant one. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? Qin Yuhu saw the phantom image of a dragon's head suddenly surge out from Nietian's body, his essence energy surging, virtually condensing into a solid form. He was instantly stunned on the spot. At this moment, he believed that Nietian at least had 9th level origin spirit strength, and the phantom image of a dragon's head revolving around him was Nietian's primordial spirit. The divine dragon primordial spirit looked like a beast spirit. Furthermore, it seemed to be even more tyrannical than Qin Yuhu's tiger fang blazing sword. How could Qin Yuhu not be shocked? Not just Qin Yuhu was shocked. Everyone present had a dumbfounded look on their faces. Nietian's performance at this very moment completely subverted everyone's understanding of the martial Tao. Who I am, you're not fit to know yet. Right at this time, Nietian suddenly moved. Roar! The next instant, the phantom image of a dragon's head suddenly gave off a deep dragon roar. It was akin to the 9 heavens' thunder reverberating in everyone's hearts. Boom! A loud bang. The 8 Desolations Dragon Roar's colossal aura instantly erupted. Under the watch of countless pairs of eyes, the phantom image of a dragon's head was like a primordial wild beast, breaking out of the abyss and assaulting Qin Yuhu. The aura of the 8 Desolations Dragon Roar was incomparably powerful. If it hit Qin Yuhu head-on, he would die for sure. Following that, the 8 Desolations Dragon Roar erupted with an earth-shattering divine might. Before the tip of the blade reached, Qin Yuhu's entire body's aura had already dissipated. In just a short moment, Qin Yuhu's shocked face was instantly replaced by fear. Under the tyrannical aura of the 8 Desolations Dragon Roar, Qin Yuhu's clothes instantly turned into flying ash. On his skin, cracks appeared inch by inch. Streaks of blood covered his entire body. Just at this moment, a strange thing happened. Pung! Qin Yuhu had already lost all hope. However, a soaring air force suddenly appeared and directly struck him, causing him to fly backwards. With a bang, he crashed into a huge rock. The huge rock shattered into pieces. After he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yuhu was pushed away by an inexplicable force. At the most critical moment, he dodged the fatal blow of the 8 Desolations Dragon Roar. You still made a move. Nie Tian indifferently turned around and looked cold at Fan Jinji. The person who saved Qin Yuhu was none other than Tyrant Cloud Academy's teacher, Fan Jinji. Fan Jinji had been watching the battle from the side for a long time. Originally, he did not have the intention to make a move, but he did not expect that Nie Tian's strength was actually so terrifying. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in Tyrant Cloud Academy? Fan Jinji glanced at Nie Tian and said cold. Teacher Fan. Qin Yuhu struggled to get up. Although he was severely injured, he was still alive. He called out weakly. Step down first. Leave this person to me. Fan Jinji said indifferently. Yes. Qin Yuhu replied and retreated to the side with the help of several martial artists. Just as Fan Jinji walked out, Qiushan's expression suddenly stiffened. Then his eyes turned bloodshot and his body trembled uncontrollably. Fan Jinji, it's you. Qiushan suddenly took a step forward and said in a deep voice. He was too familiar with the Fan Jinji in front of him. He could recognize him even if he turned into ashes. 25 years ago, Qiushan's Yuan Meridian was injured. Fan Jinwu was the mastermind and Fan Jinji was the accomplice. Fan Jinwu and Fan Jinji were blood-related brothers. Back then, Qiushan was the newcomer king of Tyrant Cloud Academy, the #1 person in the outer yard. Fan Jinwu and Fan Jinji were his lackeys. Later on, these two lackeys betrayed him and framed Qiushan, causing him to become a person whose Yuan Meridian was completely destroyed. In the end, he could only leave Tyrant Cloud Academy. Now, human affairs were changing and the world was changing. Fan Jinwu was already the vice dean of Tyrant Cloud Academy. Fan Jinji had also become a teacher of Tyrant Cloud Academy. Qiushan had become a lonely and nameless person. Chapter 61. Fan Jinji laughed very loudly, very arrogant, and very unscrupulous. It was as if he only had eyes for Qiushan and no one else around him existed. Qiushan, who was once the newcomer king of Tyrant Cloud Academy, had now been reduced to a piece of trash. Just thinking about it made Fan Jinji excited. Trash expelled by the academy. The ear-piercing sound were like poisonous needles stabbing into Qiushan's heart one by one. He gritted his teeth as his heart ached. Fan Jinji was right. Qiushan, whose Yuan meridians were crippled, was indeed no different from trash. Fan Jinji, said Qiushan coldly, if it weren't for you and your traitorous brother, how could I, Qiushan, end up like this? Back then, Qiushan's talent was heaven-defying, and he was known as the #1 genius of Tyrant Cloud Academy. If it hadn't been for that accident, Qiushan would have long since become the pinnacle figure of the kingdom of Blue Cloud. Perhaps he would have left the kingdom of Blue Cloud long ago and gone to a wider world. Qiushan, are you blaming me? Fan Jinji laughed cold and said mockingly, it's been 25 years, and your power is still at the first tier of all creations. Even a little brother like me, who you looked down on back then, is already at the ninth tier of the all-creation realm. Do you still have the right to blame me? Qualifications. Qiu Shan laughed bitterly, as if he had lost all his faith in an instant. Qiu Shan knew very well that this was a world where the strong were revered. Whoever had the bigger fist would have the higher right to speak. Reason is a bitch, always on the side of the bigger fist. Today, Qiu Shan was the weak one, the one being bullied and humiliated. What right did he have to blame Fan Jinji? Fan Jinji saw Qiu Shan's dazed expression and felt even more proud of himself. Qiu Shan, he said, recognize your own status. What happened back then was all your own doing. Who asked you to be too sharp and provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You shouldn't be ignorant of this. Also, you should rejoice. Of course, that person only expelled you from the academy and didn't kill you. But right now, living is a kind of torture for you. If you had died back then, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy your current miserable state. Isn't it? Qiu Shan's face was full of pain. His pupils slowly shrank, and he finally lowered his head. Uncle Qiu Shan. Qiu Ling, could tell that Fan Jinji was Qiu Shan's enemy, but she did not expect to meet him here. Nie Tian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He had basically understood everything. He stepped forward and gestured for Qiu Ling, and Qiu Shan to stand down. Suddenly, Qiu Shan raised his head, looked at Fan Jinji, and asked, "Tell me, who was the person who instigated all of you behind the scenes?" Fan Jinji was taken aback for a moment before he let out a strange laugh. Do you really want to know? Unfortunately, you don't deserve to know. If he wanted to know the answer, he had to find it himself. But I advise you to know your place and be a good-for-nothing. That person is definitely not someone you can afford to provoke. I understand. Qiu Shan seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes instantly became empty. Fan Jinji didn't want to waste any more time on Qiu Shan, so he turned his attention to Nie Tian. In his eyes, Nie Tian was very similar to Qiu Shan in the past. They were both young geniuses who showed off their abilities. Moreover, Nie Tian seemed to be even more arrogant than Qiu Shan. He hadn't even entered Tyrant Cloud Academy, but he had already started fighting with Qin Yuhu. Fan Jinji only had 6 words for people like Nie Tian. Showing off your abilities, courting death. Now was the recruitment period for Tyrant Cloud Academy, so Fan Jinji naturally thought that Nie Tian was also here to participate in the recruitment. Stinking brat, you caused trouble in Tyrant Cloud Academy. As a teacher, it is my duty to maintain the academy's stability. You injured Qin Yuhu, so leave your life here today. Fan Jinji's face was sinister, and his entire body emitted a sharp killing intent. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Nie Tian. Anyway, they were in Tyrant Cloud Academy. Even if he killed Nie Tian, it would be in vain. Nie Tian frowned. Fan Jinji's ruthlessness and shamelessness were beyond his expectations. Fan Jinji was a 9th-tier all-manifestation martial artist, and his strength was far beyond Qin Yu's. If he fought with Fan Jinji, even if Nie Tian used his Star Souls, it would be difficult for him to block a single move from Fan Jinji. Don't tell me I have to use the 3 seals of the War God again? Nie Tian calculated in his heart. If Fan Jinji wanted to kill him, he would have to use the 3 seals of the War God. Brat die. Fan Jinji didn't give Nie Tian a chance to think. He shouted in a deep voice and struck out with his palm. The distance between Nie Tian and Fan Jinji was less than 5 meters. Under such circumstances, even if he used the soaring swan steps, it would be difficult for him to dodge. At this critical moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. Stop! A loud shout rang out, and soon after, a sharp gust of wind attacked. Bang! The sharp gust of wind blocked Fan Jinji's attack just in time. Immediately after, a white-robed figure appeared, blocking in front of Nie Tian. Nie Tian raised his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He was tall and wore white robes that were spotless, giving off a scholarly and aloof feeling. Boss, are you all right? Immediately after, Jean de Bayo's figure appeared. Looking at Jean de Bayo, Niet Tian immediately understood that the white-robed martial artist in front of him was called over by the latter. Jean de Bao had left the moment Niet Tian and Qin Yuhu started fighting. He had gone to call for reinforcements. Jean de Bao was very smart. He knew that the situation would be difficult to resolve, so he went to call for reinforcements in advance. "I'm fine." Niet Tian immediately let out a sigh of relief. Although the 3 seals of the war god was enough for Niet Tian to face Fan Jinji head-on, Niet Tian didn't want to show off too much. The 3 seals of the war god was his final trump card. He wouldn't use it if he could. Jean de Bao suddenly saw Qin Yuhu covered in blood and being supported by someone. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Boss, you were the one who injured Qin Yuhu? I was just lucky." Niet Tian smiled faintly. "F***, that's too abnormal. Second brother Qin is an all-creation martial artist." Jean de Bao's mouth opened wide in an exaggerated manner. One had to know that Qin Yuhu was an inner-court student of Tyrant Cloud Academy. His strength completely crushed the outer-court students. Niet Tian actually beat Qin Yuhu until he was covered in blood. It was truly inconceivable. "Who is this?" Niet Tian asked in a low voice. Jean de Bao chuckled and said in a low voice, "This is Principal Qi. Leave the rest to him." The white-robed martial artist was called Qi Feng, Tyrant Cloud Academy's deputy dean. Tyrant Cloud Academy had 1 dean and 2 deputy deans. Niet Tian let out a long sigh in his heart. Looking at Qi Feng, he was a little shocked. Qi Feng's casual move just now blocked Fan Jinji's fatal blow just right. The exquisiteness of the technique, the power, the accuracy of the position, it was inconceivable. Without a doubt, Qi Feng's strength was far above Fan Jinji's. He was definitely a giant spirit realm powerhouse. "Isn't this Principal Qi? Why would he appear here?" "Yeah, Principal Qi is famous for being cold. It's really strange that he suddenly appeared today. I heard that Principal Qi is a giant spirit realm martial artist and has already condensed a giant spirit true body. I've never seen a giant spirit true body in my life. I really want to experience it." Qi Feng's sudden appearance caused the surrounding crowd to discuss incessantly. Qi Feng was considered a #1 figure in Blue Cloud City. His temperament was cold, and he rarely appeared normally. If not for Jean de Bao personally going to find him today, and he just happened to have some friendship with Jean de Bao's father, he would not have appeared here at all. "Principal Qi, what are you doing?" Fan Jinji looked at Qi Feng cold, not hiding his reproach at all. The people of Blue Cloud Academy all knew that Qi Feng and the Fan family brothers were sworn enemies. The relationship between the 2 parties was very stiff.